Hello, everyone. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. We are trying new technology over on YouTube, so I just want to make sure that you guys are able to see and hear everything effectively. If you're having any issues with the stream, please don't hesitate. Excellent. Excellent. So we will go from there. Just bear with me one moment. Thank you guys so much for your understanding as we are trying new technology. Grand Rising, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, May 14th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list right now is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. I told you, I told you, I told you. I told you that this was going to happen, all right? And what I mean by that is working into a Taurus new moon in Taurus season, going to feel a lot like an eclipse. It's going to start feeling a little eclipsy in here. It's going to start feeling a little eclipsy. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. But I want to return your gaze back to what we experienced way back in January, because way back in January, we effectively had a Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season. Now, the way I like to describe it is, and again, what I often do here is I often read energetically and I look to the astrology to build into the understanding of what we're energetically experiencing. When we first experienced the most recent shift that we saw in relationship that was occurring happened during the Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season. What happened during that period of time? We saw an energetic shift in relationship away from moon partnerships, which were relationships were focusing on the lessons that we find in the moon card, into the world card. Now, what is the shift that we navigate when we're moving out of moon relationships and into world partnerships? The moon relationships, they were hard to read for. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, as someone who reads the cards, it was very hard because they were obfuscated for a majority of the time that I was trying to read them. I wasn't surprised to see that. They were moon relationships. And sometimes when we're reading into the moon card, it's a little bit hard to figure out what's going on in there. However, what we got now with a lot of this world relationship is getting clarity in terms of those, because one of the reasons that we saw so much trepidation that was potentially occurring in those relationships has to do with the observation that they were healing from wounds, particularly and especially related to being in relationships that did not have the capacity to navigate the full breadth of the person within them, right? And for a lot of those relationships, the anxiety that they were somehow breaking partnership, that they kept on going through experiences where every time they were in a relationship, the same thing that another person said that they loved about them became the thing that another person said that they couldn't take anymore. It's the understanding of the difference between captivation and hegemony, right? The modality by which we effectively feel drawn to something versus the ability to exist within it. And they're very different things. And that's why we potentially see that during this period of time, and just being clear, those moon relationships were effectively coming together between the time of the Capricorn new moon that we experienced in January, leading into up until Uranus that went retrograde in early September. These relationships right now, I wouldn't be surprised if they were moving deeper into union right now. If there's proposals, commitments moving in, and the completeness that we see as they're moving deeper into divine union is the reaffirmation of feeling that they're finally in a relationship that can navigate the full breadth of the person, not the modality or the ability by which they feel they have to conform into a particular version of self in order to maintain the partnership. Now, this brings us to the relationships that have been coming together since all the way back to that Capricorn new moon energy up until, what do we got here now? We got a Taurus new moon and Taurus season happening. And when I get back to the fact of saying it feels a little eclipsy in here, the reason I'm saying that is because you'll often hear me talk about this. The reason that we often see that there are those that identify the fact that eclipses are unpredictable is because they're energetic amplifiers. It's like turning the volume knob up to 11, right? There's not necessarily a characteristic that you can put to an eclipse. It's just the fact that the energy intensifies. So depending on what the astrological sign work is at that moment, depends on what you're effectively going to get when that amplification occurs. Now, we're not getting a full amplification of sign work here, but we are getting an intensification of Taurus energy. And what do we effectively identify with that amplification of Taurus energy that we see? We see the observation of being able to implement and identify what it means to be able to move through things with a sense of commitment, intensification, and fortification. the understanding and the resilience that it effectively takes to effectively get to spaces or places. And there's a lot of that energetic tenacity that we potentially identify there, that rigor that we effectively apply to situations and circumstances that allow us to be able to effectively identify what it is that we're effectively working to heal versus what it is that we're letting go of. Now, this is very important when we see what's been happening in the relationship cycles, but it's also having an impact on masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy. And we're going to get into that at this time. So what are we effectively seeing right now? When it comes into we're going to start first with the masculine energy. And bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. One of the things that we potentially see that is occurring right now, and I want to show you some of the cards. I've still got the spread here that we read for yesterday. Now, if you want to see this full spread, you can head on over to the stack. It's all there in a photo that I post each time we post the podcast. But I'm going to show you a few of these cards so you get a better understanding of what we're effectively identifying. And there was something very intriguing. There was something very intriguing that we saw was occurring in yesterday's read. And I want to show you the difference between what we identify as the energy, everything in the central, everything in the center temporal area for all of these energies, which I identify as the heart space. So I'm going to show it to you, and I'm going to see if you can see the similarity. All right, just bear with me a minute. So I want you to look at the heart space that we saw for masculine, okay? We had the Six of Cups in its reversal. You paying attention? Then what do we have? We had the King of Swords in its reversal. And then we had the Star card in its reversal. All right, now this is very intriguing. Are you paying attention? Now watch what we saw in the center space for non-binary energy. We got the Four of Pentacles in its upright, right? With the Ace of Wands in its upright and the Star card in its reversal. So here we go. We've got a lot of similarity that's occurring because we see that both for masculine and non-binary energy, we've got that Star card that's appearing, but both in the same direction. And this is important. Now, what do we see in the heart space of feminine? Again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We've got the Three of Cups in its reversal, the Devil card in its upright, in combination with the Hangman in its reversal. Now, what can you get when you put all of those together? These are the same reading in different forms. The message is the same. However, there's slight differences in relationality to how they are being perceived. And it's fascinating, right? It's fascinating that we recognize that for both masculine energy and non-binary, we see the Star card in its reversal, because this is potentially articulating and defining the perception towards feminine energy. So what do we see here? We see alignment that is occurring in relationality to what needs to be, what it means to be energetically protective about something. And what do we identify in the feminine space? It makes a lot of sense that we see that where the Star card is in its reverse for both of these energies, the same location, we have the Hangman in its reversal. And I just want to point out that there's something very intriguing. There's something very intriguing in relationality to the Tarot of the Divine, which we read for, because I got to just tell you, this particular Hangman looks an awful lot like a Star card, doesn't it? Looks an awful lot like a Star card. So when we see it in its reversal, it's effectively very, very similar to a Star card in its reversal in this way. So we've got So this is a lot of the work that we do, and this is with understanding, and this is also why I talk about the fact that you can't just take a single card at face value, okay? Like, because, and it's interesting too, because I love this, because what we effectively identify, and this is something that's very important to remember, is what we often recognize and work through as it relates to Taurus energy. And I always feel like this is a conversation I love having, because I often feel that Taurus energy is misperceived, right? There's everybody looking at Taurus energy and thinking it has to do, right? Thinking it has to do with taking like really hard approaches to things, right? There's that misconception that Taurus energy is all about like something being energetically stubborn. It's not. It's about identifying, maybe at the beginning, but not at the end, because it's a work, right? Much like we see, much like we identified and spoke about with Aries cycles, right? The identification point and feeling like things are against the self versus understanding how one is perceived or how one is working to integrate. We often identify that with Taurus cycles, the journey of, or the journey and the understanding of the lesson is the difference between working with the determination it takes in order to find a flow state, right? Something that feels absolutely impossible, right? Something that feels awkward and uncomfortable, and you energetically stumble as you do it. And then you do that again and again and again and again and again and again and again until the day comes where that thing that felt impossible feels as easy to you as breathing. And then what often happens in that, you get the misconception and the misperception that occurs when another person sees that, and then they say, oh, look how easy it is, right? Like the misperception that's often correlated with seeing the most elegant thing you've ever observed and then feeling, right, the false egoic state of identifying something that one feels that one can also do, right? So that observation of understanding and recognizing is how we build into energetic appreciation. And we don't get there. We don't get there unless we're able to apply empathy to things. And that sense of empathy that we particularly bring to circumstances and situations, the empathy that allows us to be able to identify and recognize elegance, is the work that we're able to do that allow us to be able to do something better than we ever have before. And that is effectively a lot of the culmination of the work that we see that's happening during this relationship cycle. And it's not surprising to see that that lesson is impacting the energetic frequencies a little bit differently. For masculine, we see that that's a lot of the work, right? The work that is necessary in order to be empathetic, that allows one to be able to put down one's own perception of something in order to identify and feel and see what it's like for another. And this is why we identify, and this is why you often see that healthy lessons or lessons based upon spirituality to more masculine inclined energy is all about egoic shedding, right? Because when you're in an environment that is continually begging you, right? The environment the toxic environment that's perpetually encouraging one to pad the ego, to protect the self. It's the observation of what actually feels like it weakens the self. Because if one moves towards the inclination to do so, one is effectively taking the easy route and working through that easy route, right? It feels like it's smooth sailing, but it also creates a sense of lack, because it's the observation of feeling like something is wrong, because you're effectively moving through, right? You're moving through existence, accumulating, right? Instead of absorbing, instead of integrating, right? It's the energetic shell of resistance that is created, that is often the misperception of stoicism, that creates the space of another who lives a life that may feel like it's energetically impressive, but ultimately feels in the center of it is somewhat void in a way, shape, form, or fashion. So what do we see that a lot of the energy that is working to heal in this capacity doing? Working on not shedding the ego entirely, but being able to do that careful work of dismantling the ego in order to be able to understand and identify what feels like it's in service not just to the self. And the parts of the ego that are best kept are the parts that are in service not only to the self, but to the benefit of all those around the self, right? That is effectively the King of Swords in its reversal, that is doing something in a way that feels like it is expansive because it feels energetically protective in the best way possible, while also being able to effectively identify and understand what it means to be able to work in a space of collaboration, generosity, and compassion. So that's a lot of the masculine energy that's potentially coming into the space of empathy by making more compassionate choices towards the self. And in the context of doing that, being able to have empathy for those around the self. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. Feminine energy, the exact opposite happening, right? Here we see masculine doing that careful work of dismantling the egoic state. And here's the feminine that's potentially organizing theirs, or the space by which they're learning to get stronger in the space of being able to articulate and understand what feels like it is stable and supportive. And the thing about it is, I feel like for a lot of that feminine energy, there's something valuable and important about allowing logic to be the guide, right? Like when one is working towards building a healthy ego, the best way that one is able to do so is being able to recognize and identify what is valuable via what feels like it is most productive and logical. So we see that for a lot of the energy there, that ability of being able to articulate and amplify and build into the state or space of holding energetic standards. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's not easy, right? But ease has nothing to do with it. And this is why we see that for a lot of the feminine energy, that important work of being able to heal from people pleasing, because I feel like there's something very valuable there for feminine energy, because it's the understanding that some of the greatest atrocities on earth occur not in the space of someone trying to be particularly evil, but something completely absurd happening, and those that are too concerned with people pleasing rather than doing the logical thing are often those responsible for allowing something to effectively happen. So we see that for a lot of the energy working through that ability or that understanding of being able to build into that fortification. Welcome to new moon energy in Taurus season, right? It's not having standards is not pretty, but we don't have standards for the sake of mass appeal. And that brings us to the energy, the non-binary energy. And the non-binary energy, again, it feels like a lot of these lessons may have been learned a long time ago, is the best way I can describe it. There might be something feeling very reminiscent here. And the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to some of this energy doing this work, it has a lot to do with the understanding or the recognition of being able to demarcate what feels like it is productive and helpful versus working through the observation of those who effectively try to identify that they're helping by making patronizing choices. And I feel like there's something very important that's happening right now, particularly in the reading I gave for non-binary energy, as it relates to healing the word patronizing. And the thing about it is there's a connectivity point to masculine energy and patronization that is not a correct correlation. What do I mean by that? I mean, you can be in your feminine and still be patronizing. That you have to understand, patronization is a non-binary state. And then the thing about it, the reason I'm seeing that, and this is why I feel like that's a non-binary energy potentially articulating that, is because the state or space by which another person tries to articulate that something is best, but not having any logic surrounding their reason, that's what patronization is, right? Patronization, and this is what happens, is about understanding and coming correct on it. Patronization is the state when you're trying to hold a standard that has no reason or logic beyond the fact that it serves the self, which is why we articulate upon the value and importance of making sure that when you're holding a standard, that you're able to identify the reason why, because our standards, the problem with our trauma is when our trauma is trying to persist and doesn't want to be eradicated, the first place it will try to hide is as an illogical standard. And the trauma in disguise that masquerades as a standard is the reason and the cause as to why we have patronization. The modality by which another person tries to demand a standard because they haven't done the significant work of healing from their own particular healing journey. So they make it everyone else's issue to energetically deal with. So that's why we see this is a lot of the energy, all the energy unified in terms of articulating upon protectiveness. But what is required for each of the energies to get stronger on that journey? So we see that for masculine energy, it's a lot of that work and working, right? That's the masculine energy that's healing, that says that the work that we do to dismantle the self is the most important, because that doesn't mean that we come into the space of self-erasure, but we do the important work of understanding the parts of the ego, because when we understand what something is for, then it becomes a blessing to ourselves and everyone around the self in the process. For feminine, it's letting go of any kind of feeling of people pleasing. And in the context and in the space that one is able to let go of people pleasing, they're simultaneously and similarly finding those modalities or those experiences by which they're able to stand stronger within their standards by being able to articulate the logic by which they are holding on to them. And for non-binary energy, it is often I see it's a conversations of understanding that the correlation to masculinity and patronization is to a certain extent a fallacy, because patronization is something that you can find in any energetic frequency, because it is the modality or the situation by which one is holding a standard that is illogical, that is more often than not a reflection of trauma that has disguised itself as a rule to be able to stop oneself from having to do the necessary work on one's healing by making it everyone else's responsibility instead of the selves. Now, all of this is effectively rising up right now because it is what is effectively helping to heal the relationships with each of these frequencies. And the way that that may be coming through may be in very disparate ways, but you can see, and that's why I wanted to show you the connection point in terms of what we were seeing in the heart space, because you'll understand that these are the different facets to the same lesson, which is the identification and understanding of what it means to be energetically strong, which is the ability to not only navigate the capacity of the self, but to be able to have the capacity to recognize and identify and find more, right? This is what we talk about in relationality to spiritual expansion. It's the understanding that allows for more understanding to occur. But it's hard, right? And I wouldn't be surprised right now if some of this energy feels like it's wearing upon you, or feeling like it's energetically frustrating. But here's just a reminder, as we're getting closer and closer to that Taurus new moon energy, make sure that you're putting the frustration in a place by which it feels that it is most productive. Because when we throw our frustration at others, we damage things. When we plant our frustration, then we allow for something to effectively flourish in terms of understanding that we're taking nourishing approaches in terms of being able to recognize and identify how we heal things. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening next Friday at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically based on the lunation cycles. I'm going to be releasing one about this new moon that we've got coming up very shortly. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the first person read for, and the first person read for each day always has an additional card in their reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective Read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. For those who are on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And if you are interested as well, and if you are joining us from one of the other social channels, welcome. You can also get on the list for a read today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Welcome. How are you doing today? And Addie, thank you for getting on the list. Addison, you'll be having an additional card in your reading, and you'll be the first person read for once we finish the collective. How are you doing today, Nancy? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You will be the second person read for. Grand Rising, Nicole, good to see you today. And thank you for reposting, Matthias. How are you doing today, Kayla? Grand Rising, Addie. Good to see you, Avatar. Love and light to you as well, Siobhan. So here for the Star Hangman connection. Oh, thank you, Bookcase. I'm glad you appreciate that. Hi there, love. Good to see you today. And Ginger, thank you for the follow. Thank you for sharing the live, Bookcase. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Laurel. Good to see you as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. However, before we get started on today's Daily Collective, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Oh, and welcome. Thank you as well. Thank you, Ginger, for the follow as well. And Grand Rising, love. So just a reminder, friends, we are currently at 5.1K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Also, we're doing a gift giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective Read. Avatar is currently in the lead with 405. That said, no better. And if you guys would do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your Daily Collective Read for today, Thursday, May 14th, 2026. We are going to be doing a 4-element read today. We are going to be reading into the 4 elements to see how this energy is impacting you personally based upon which elemental sign work you find yourself occupying. We are going to start today, given the fact that we are currently going through Taurus season with a Taurus new moon, we're going to start first with Earth sign energy. Can I please get 4 cards for Earth sign energy, please? What do we have coming through? First card we're going to draw for Earth signs is how they feel. Second card for Earth signs right now, how they appear to others. Third card for our Earth signs right now, what's effectively going on internally. Fourth card for Earth signs energy, what's going on externally. All right, so what do we have? Going through in terms of the feelings, we see Earth signs right now getting down to business. I'm happy to see this card right now for those with Earth sign placements, because here's the thing about it. And I want to point out, when it comes to the Magician card, there's a little bit of wackiness there. Okay? Like I gotta just stress this. And the thing about it is I feel like to a certain extent there's something about this energy which I love to see, because the truth is sometimes those with earth sign placements have a little bit of a little bit of cringe in terms of navigating their own wackiness is the best way I can describe it. But the thing about it is you have to understand that the thing about wackiness is that when we're trying to do something for the first time, there's always like wackiness is inherent in something that is new or something that is beginning, right? You can't get to a flow state until you're unless you can navigate a flood state, like a flood state, right? Because you have to understand, like that's the hard part about working into the context of learning things, right? When you first do something, right? Like there you are, you do something and it feels like you open a floodgate and you're like, oh no, what have I done? And then you do it over and over and over again. And that is effectively the sound of one getting the hang of something, right? It's like 1 minute and it takes time. And so I feel like there's something really important for those with earth sign placements right now in terms of being, and I think that in a certain extent, this is also helping us in relationality to, right? In relationality to where what we see astrologically, because, and I want to point this out, especially you can tell a lot about how a Taurus season is going to go depending upon where Venus is resting at the time that you enter a Taurus season. And the thing about it is, and I think in a way, and I keep on saying this, like this is why everybody who's like kind of doom and glooming this energy right now, I'm like, you got to calm down a minute. Okay? Just because something looks similar to another experience in the past doesn't mean that the same thing is happening. Because, and especially with that Venus in Gemini energy, that Venus in Gemini energy talks about having new observational ways of understanding and recognizing how we care for ourselves, right? And so I like the fact that we see, right? And there's something really important about that because we're going through all of this Taurus season, and the one lesson we're working through is adaptability, and that's usually, right, it's a culmination of those lessons that we were identifying and recognizing specifically and particularly in the World card, right? Because it's like I feel like it's like it's understanding, right, that strength isn't rigid, right? Strength is a limber state, right? And so it's like it's we're not working through limerence, we're working through limberance, which I know sounds a little bit wild, but it's like that's effectively what it means, right? Because things that are limber are things that can grow, right? Because they're not rigid. They have the ability to flow. Now, how is this being perceived for earth signs for those outside of the self? Oh, look at that. Look at that being perceived. And I like this too. I want to point this out. I don't know if you've ever picked up on this. I don't know if you ever picked up on this. I'm just going to show you this. You see, this is why I like teaching off the Smith-Waite system here. Okay? And again, it's not, you can learn from other card systems, but this is why I like teaching off of this one. There's a lot of similarity, right? There's a lot of similarity that we see in these cards. And even in the space by which I always like to point this out, you see that little headband there, right? You see that little red robe? These cards are often in combination because it's the observation of being able to recognize and understand what it means to create a solid foundation, right? It's a good, and here's the thing about it, and I like this too, because I almost feel like this here's earth sign energy, right? Like here's earth sign energy doing their best to muddle through something, right? Like this is our, and I like to point out, even when I teach this card, there's something very funny that I bring up in terms of you can't tell if this is a distressing state that we find this person in, or if they're in control of the situation, right? But here's the energy around earth sign energy, observing another person's potential, right? Like there it is. Like there's just the energy. It's like just some kind of energy that's just watching, like just watching to a certain extent, just observing. And there's something very significant and important about that, because I feel like, and it's interesting too, because it almost feels a little bit, for those with earth sign placements, understanding the quality and situation by which another person we give each other space, right? Like when we're being respectful of each other, we give each other space to operate, right? And so I like that here, because I don't mind, and I want to point out, 1 and 3, like 1 and 3 makes 4, right? So we've got here the 1, we've got here the 3, and we've got the 1 and 3 makes 4, because it almost feels to me like somebody who's observing the strength or the fortitude of a very solid foundation, right? And that observation of building into a solid foundation allows the context or the observation being able to recognize and identify how one is trying to do something in a way that one hasn't done it before. Now, what's actually going on under the surface right now for earth sign energy, we've got devil in its reversal. So this is a very healing moment for those with earth sign placements. But it's also one, and there's that 4 energy, I love to see this, it's one that may be feeling challenging, right? Healing, but healing that is challenging to one's own comfort zone, right? It's healing that is challenging to one's own comfort zone. So these cards in combination are very beautiful, right? We've got a lot of beauty that we see in this combination of cards, but the work that needs to be done, right? Like this is what I meant, and kind of returning back to the embracing of one's own wackiness, right? It's interesting, because I feel like it's almost like it's almost giving me the space of like Taurus energy, and it makes sense with all of this energy that we see in Aries right now, right? Not allowing the embarrassment of learning to get in the way of study, is what I keep on getting. Not allowing, and that's what I feel like is happening for a lot of the energy, a lot of the earth sign energy. I just keep on like not allowing the embarrassment of learning to get in the way of study, which is the work by which we understand that the only way that we're able to effectively identify and learn more is via the ability of energetically like actively doing something, but then also energetically observing to be able to identify how one could do something better in a different context, right? And so it's almost like I feel like in a way there's some earth sign energy that's like healing their own connection to being perceived. Is what I'm getting? Yeah, especially with this 7. Yeah, it's like especially with this 7 of swords in its reversal, right? It almost feels like some Taurus energy, like connect, or like the Taurus energy that we have right now is connecting with Sagittarian energy that says like, 'cause Sagittarians are champions of saying like, I am cringe, but I am free, right? So, and this is happening for all of the earth sign placements, because it's the observation and the understanding that it's the vulnerability that we embrace that becomes that comes with us, right? It's not that energy that says like, don't look behind the curtain. It's the one that goes like, oh yeah, this, like, like it's the harmony by which we bring into things, with the eagerness by which we're able to expand and articulate upon something that we feel energetically vulnerable about. So it's nice. It's like it's breakthrough energy, but there is some cringe to be navigated along the way. That's what we find right now for earth signs. Let's move into, we're going to go next to our water sign placements. We're going to do 4 cards right now for water signs. Water signs, what do we have coming up right now? 1, 2 cards coming through. And these cards are almost right on top of each other. So in terms of how one perceives the self versus how others perceive, they feel like there might be some alignment there. And 2 more. What do we have? We've got the Sun card in its reversal. We've got the Tower card in its reversal. So I think that there's, here's the thing about it. Let's talk about this energy right now for my water signs. Because the thing I'm identifying right now with some of these water sign placements, and the best way I can describe it is a lot of these water sign placements that we're potentially seeing here. There's something about the observation or working into the context of being able to recognize and identify. I keep on hearing not allowing a momentary mood to become a day is what I keep on getting. Not allowing a momentary point of sadness to effectively overlay the rest of a day is what I keep on getting. And I want to point out, this is some very important work that we see for those with water sign placements, because and you'll sometimes see this. Water sign placements, you're very, very in touch with your emotions. And you're so in touch with your emotions that it often can feel very indulgent, as it were, to kind of roll into, right? Like to allow, I like to think about it, and it's always interesting, it always really only happens when I'm reading for water sign placements. Water sign placements, when it almost feel like their moods are weather systems, right? Like it's like when water sign placements are in a mood, it's often the fact that they see them as a weather system that can be energetically problematic, right? Because when we see our moods as weather systems, what happens? We want to hunker down and wait for them to pass. Right? We're like, okay, I'm just gonna sit here. I'm gonna sit here and just ride it out, right? I'm just gonna sit here and try to ride it out. But I keep on getting that what's potentially happening right now for some of the water sign energy is understanding that like you don't have to wait for a mood. You don't have to wait for a mood to play out. You could change it. You just change it. Like, this is all that Aries energy. This is all that Aries energy having an impact on the water sign placements, right? Because that's what Aries does. Aries like, nope. Aries will nope out. Aries will nope themselves. You've never seen, I don't know if you've ever seen an Aries nope themselves out of a mood, but it's the funniest thing when you see that Aries can do it. Like Aries will literally just like, you'll see Aries make a face and be like, nope. And they'll just turn they're like, wrong door, right? They're just like, and then I feel like this is a result. Like I feel like this is all of that Aries energy having some kind of positive impact on the water sign placements, because it's like I feel like it's like a conversation that's happening between water sign placements and all those planets in Aries going, you could just choose not to feel like that. And Pisces are like, no, I can't. And somebody else is like, you can. It's harder, right? Because I want to, like, the thing about it, and this is why we often see, right? This is often why we see some of that connection to, I like to point out the symbol of a Pisces is a fish going downriver or a fish going upriver, right? Because when one is so affected by the flow, it's hard to effectively change the flow state. So I feel like I see, right? I feel like I see a lot of the water sign placements trying to get better at working into, and like even the Cancerian energy to this extent, and the Cancerians are a little bit better at this as well, but like the space by which one understands that if you don't like a mood, like the best way to get out of a mood is to choose not to dwell in it, right? And the thing about it, and I see, and like, and again, this is what we see for a lot of those with water sign placements, easier said than done, right? Easier said than done sometimes, because you know, and I want to keep, and the thing I keep on seeing here, and I love to see the fact that we're continuing this conversation with the Knight of Cups that came up, because for a lot of the energy, right, like that is the difference between feeling, like the difference between feeling pulled by the current versus carrying one's water, right? The ability, like the ability by which when we're able to convey our feelings, then the space by which we can convey them allow us to be able to communicate through them. So I feel like there's something really important about this, because I almost see that for a lot of those water sign placements, like being able to like give themselves a breath, or to be able to kind of give themselves, I keep wondering, it's okay to take a moment to steady oneself, right? In order to step forward. And that brings us to, and I feel like particularly and especially, we've got a lot of court cards here. This is potentially and particularly helping water signs getting better at communicating through emotions, right? And I keep on getting, and this is the thing about it, right? Because, and this is really important here, because we understand that when we feel our moods are weather systems and we hunker down, then what we often say, right, when the thing about it is what others experience when we do that is just hermit energy, right? Like there you are hunkering down in your emotions, and all someone else is experiencing is hermit energy, because it's the observation of them not knowing what's going on in there. So I think it's interesting, because I feel like this is water sign energy that's understanding that it's okay to take the time that one needs, but one needs to tell another person where they are, right? Because when we tell each other where we are, then we're able to help each other as well as we possibly can. So I feel like there's something significant and important there, specifically and particularly because I see the energy that is working not only to feel their feelings, but also to make their feelings heard in order to be able to communicate more effectively. There's that Ace of Cups, right? It's hard. I'm not surprised to see this with the water sign energy. It's really hard to do that sometimes when one feels one's emotions so intensely, right? And the thing about it is, and I think that there might be something about this that's really important, because, and I want to describe that this is often something that happens with water sign placement, which is navigating the quietude that often occurs when we feel overrun by our emotions, right? Our emotions sometimes feel like they strike us dumb in the space by which we feel so much of them that it's hard to communicate. But what happens is, there you are, right? And this is what often happens. And I feel like in a way there's a little bit of nostalgia here, because I feel like for water signs, it's observing and understanding it. Like there you are navigating all of these emotions that one feels, right? Navigating all of that emotionality. And in the context by which you're navigating all of that emotionality, right? And you're being energetically, you're trying to contain it. Another person has no idea where you are or what you're doing, right? So it often can create the space by which another person doesn't understand that there are emotions there. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is getting a lot better, like getting a lot better at working through, not just working through communication, but working through the context or the observation of being able to articulate and express what they're feeling, but in a way that feels, right, in a way that feels contextual, but not in a way that feels like it energetically overwhelms. So there's something very important about that, because it really does feel like it's like working through a flow state by building into consistency. Thank you so much, water signs. The next sign we're going to be reading for right now are our air signs. Whoa, air signs, what's going on? A lot happening here. Okay, we've got the Knight of Wands flying out of the deck first and foremost, so we've got that. Can I please get, yep, 2 more here and 1 more? All right, first and foremost, I feel like I see air signs all over the place right now. Big activation time here, there, and everywhere. Just working, working, working. A lot of energetic productivity that I'm seeing. And this is hard right now because I feel like the hard part that I'm seeing for some of the air sign energy right now is potentially having a observation of trying to, the best way I can describe it is somebody who's desiring to fly by the seat of their pants, or somebody who's like someone who's trying to kind of do something as quickly as they possibly can. And I feel like the frustration point that we're potentially seeing right now has to do with some energy that's working through stabilization, right? And so I think it's interesting because I feel like it's hard, because it's like I see air sign energy wanting to do something very quickly, but then recognizing and observing the when one is trying to work collaboratively, right? It often creates the space by which one often feels like one needs to effectively slow down, right? Or do something in a way that another person can also do it in the same way. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because what we're potentially identifying there has a lot to do with the energy I feel like trying to slow something down to be able to explain their thinking or their methodology to another. And this is something that is very characteristic that I often see with those with air sign placements, right? Like something that seems like, this is often what happens with air sign placements. Here you are, like thinking a mile a minute, right? Everything is just flying by, and there's a reason and there's a logic for it. But if another person doesn't see, right? If another person doesn't see the logic, then what does the logic look like? It looks like chaos, right? It's like there you are moving very quickly, and there's another person potentially seeing you in that way, and all they see is something that feels chaotic. So the best way to identify that is giving someone, right? Giving someone a plan, or articulating to, so make sure if you're doing something, make sure that you're explaining to somebody the logic behind doing it. And I know, here's the thing about it, I know the logic seems obvious to you, right? I know the logic seems and feels obvious to you. That's not the concern here. It's the observation and the understanding that sometimes, like sometimes, and I feel like you probably know this intensely, sometimes there's a courtesy given in bringing someone up to speed, right? And so I feel like that's the important thing to remember this week. The courtesy of bringing someone up to speed doesn't mean, and here's the wild thing about it, doesn't mean you have to slow down, right? The courtesy of bringing someone up to speed doesn't mean you have to energetically slow down, particularly and especially if there's something that one is trying to do that requires one to move quickly. Bottom of the deck, like also, yeah, especially, yeah, that's like I didn't even finish pulling the card, but that's what the Seven of Wands says, right? The courtesy of bringing someone up to speed. And so it's interesting because I feel to a certain extent there's something to be said there about being able to do something quickly while also holding one's boundaries on it, right? Like that's what I see as a little bit of the difficulty right now, the difficulty point right now for air signs this week. It's doing something quickly, slowing down enough to bring someone to speed, but not slowing down enough that one does not do it immediately, is what I keep on seeing. There's that type of, it's like there's that type of rapidity that I'm potentially seeing around something. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, there's especially with this Two of Wands here, this Two of Wands speaks to us about, like the Two of Wands speaks to us about, it speaks to us about healthy planning. And I don't know why, but I feel like there's something, air signs, I feel like there's something that's happening right now that feels like a reassessment. It feels like a reassessment. And the one thing I'm going to say, and I want to point this out, there is nothing more confident. I don't know why I feel like I have to say this right now, but I think you know what I'm talking about, air signs. There's nothing more confident than the ability to say that one is wrong or one was wrong. I'm not sure why that's coming through, but I feel like it's coming through very strongly, because you have to understand that we are only limited by what we can perceive at a moment. And the ability to identify and recognize, right? Like this is what's amazing. Like when we have I keep on hearing, there's nothing more intelligent than reassessing when relevant information arrives, right? There's nothing more important and valuable than being able to reassess when relevant information arrives, because the relevance, right? The key word is relevant. And the relevancy, and I feel like what's interesting about it is I feel like there's almost like, it's interesting because I almost feel like there's something about air sign energy stopping something, right? Being quick to stop something, to do something else in the midst of relevant information. So it feels a lot like that, right? It's not the fact that I'm seeing air sign energy that's trying to rush through something. It almost feels like air sign energy trying to rush back on something, which is the observation of it's like, it's giving me a little bit of a wait a minute. But I keep on getting, it's a wait a minute, like it's a little bit of a stop the presses in the best way possible. You know, like it's giving a lot of, like, it's like, it's a little bit like, like never are we more protective than when we're energetically careful. So just be conscientious about that. Thank you to our air signs. Next sign we're reading for right now is, we are going to be reading into our final element, the fire signs. Can I get 4 cards for fire sign, please? Woof! Really? Gotta be, what? See, here's the thing about it. I'm just, I'm going to read it where, I'm going to read it where it lies right now, because I feel like I feel like the placement, the way that this card just fell is so important that we need to talk about it, because it's not just the fact that the card dropped, but that the card flew out of the deck. Okay, the card flew out of the deck. My fire sign babies. It's the Hierophant, and it's of course, what else would it be? It's the Hierophant in its transverse. But the thing I want to point out is this is a part of the reading too. The card landed like this, which means it landed on top of the Tarot del Fuego. And I got to show you the importance of the fact that it landed on top of the Tarot del Fuego. Is there's a Sacred Heart. There's a Sacred Heart on the top of the Tarot del Fuego. So now this is a part of the reading. Okay? You guys, it's early. Do we really need this type of drama? Just making new cards now. It's fine. I don't have anything else to do. It's great. Okay. Like, just give me a minute. Ugh. All right. It's just okay. What's with all those ideas right now, Fires? Oh my gosh, now the next one, just down. Oh, just hold on a minute. Oh my God, now I gotta go down here to get it. Wheel of Fortune in its upright. This reading is ridiculous. It is not even noon. It is not even noon, fire signs. Why are you making me read for them? Oh God, this one too. Judgment card in its transverse. Judgment card in its transverse. Oh my gosh. All right, hold on a minute. Okay, it's one more, please. One more. Page of Swords. Oh, yeah, I get it. And it's funny too, and I got to stress, the reason that this reading's even funnier is because I think I pointed out to you guys that I've got two different Smith-Waite Centennial decks, and sometimes one of the cards from the old deck creeps into the new. And here's the thing about it. This is the old decks. This is the old deck's Page of Swords. Did somebody forget you're a warrior, fire signs? You guys got what part of fire sign? What part of fire sign is escaping someone's purview? Don't there's just mind your business. I don't know what to do with this reading. And I gotta point this out. The thing about it that I'm reading is it feels like, and I want to point this, and the thing that the only sound I'm hearing from this hearing is like the sound of something singeing. And the thing you have to understand with singeing energy and a fire sign is and I have to tell you, and this is the thing about it. Have you noticed a tendency? There is the fire. Go give a hug to the fire sign in your life that works every minute to try to be the cool one. Okay? Here's the thing with fire sign energy. Fire sign energy can't help being fire sign. It is constantly. And this is the thing about it. Those with fire sign placements don't the struggle is real in terms of perpetually trying to be the cool one, which is the modality by which you feel all of that energetic passion. And there you are cooling it off. There you are cooling it off constantly for the sake of everyone around the self, right? Just cooling it up, just making it making everything a little bit more palatable, right? Making everything a little bit more, bringing on the kings and queens of gentle approaches are the fire sign energies that are constantly working towards trying to do something in a way that allows others, that does not energetically bother anyone in the process. And the thing about it, and I like to point this out, and this is why this is what's so fascinating with the Page of Swords, because Page of Swords energy with fire sign has to do, right? And you'll all, I like to point this out. Like fire signs won't fight. Fire signs will point, right? Like fire signs will point. And then like, when a fire sign points, and I want you to understand, like when you see a fire sign point, what you really see them doing is they're just bringing that little flame out. Okay, it's like a little lighter. Okay, have you ever seen? There's that fire sign, and you'll notice this with fire sign energies. When fire signs pull that finger out, which is them going like, oh, what's it like? It's like, which is it's the and I need to point this out, and I know that anybody with the fire sign placement feels this, which is going, I'd rather not use this. Okay, I'd rather not use this. It's the work that one does that identifies and like it's like allow the kindness to be kindness. Okay, because often, and I like to point this out, the shape and sound of someone cutting themselves on a fire sign is literally, right, is literally often the sound of a fire sign saying take heed, right? It's the sound of a fire sign saying taking heed, and another person throwing themselves into things beyond the space by which another person tries to energetically caution them, right? It's the modality that we often see by which, and like that's the thing about it, like you'll often see, and I think you understand this, fire signs, like I just keep on hearing taking heed, right? Taking heed is the space by which we identify to another and we say tread carefully. And that's often, and here's the thing about it, often when a fire sign says that, they're not saying that as an energetic threat. They're saying it with all of the compassion, right? Like they're saying it with all of the compassion that they can possibly muster, right? They're saying that with all of the compassion that they possibly can muster, because they're not saying it, right? They're not saying it to be impressive. They're saying it because they're being conscientious. So I feel like there's something important about that, specifically and particularly, because we've got, and I want to point out, we've got the Hierophant. We've got the Hierophant that landed on top of, right? We've got the Hierophant that landed on top of the Sacred Heart energy, which is like a whole new card, because like that wasn't even supposed to be in the reading, right? And then you've got the Judgment card in its transverse, and then you've got the Wheel of Fortune, and I like to point this out, and this is, I also need to point this out. There's something that often there's something that often happens around fire sign energy. That is often, it's often the space by which you understand that fire sign energy is often in the space by which they're working in ways, and here's the thing about it. Fire sign energy works on others' behalf in ways that like they don't even articulate. You know what I mean? Like there's something really important about that. And here's the thing about it. Fire sign energy will often be working. There's a fire sign energy working for everyone quietly, right? And the way by which they work for everyone quietly, the space by which another person takes something personally is often the last sound that another sees of a fire sign in their experience, because it's the modality and the experience by which fire signs often get the opposite, right? There's that fire sign energy that's working tirelessly on others' behalf. And then the space by which others get, and this is what often happens, another person getting up in their feels upon something, which is the space by which another person, and what often happens is like when another person then shows them the full shape, of something, right? Bottom of the deck. By then it's energetically too late, right? Like that's the thing about, and that's the thing that often happens, which is, and I feel like there's something about that that's very important for fire sign energy. And the reason I articulate by that point it's too late is because, and I keep on seeing the space by which another feels that they have to be proven, that something needs to be proven, is often the space by which, right? It's often the space by which like I keep on hearing, the space by which something has to be proven is often the space by which the damage is done, right? Because that is the fire sign energy, like protecting, right? That's the fire sign energy protecting their heart space. And I want to describe this. That's not to say that for some of the fire sign energy, there haven't been circumstances or situations by which they recognize, like because they take, and I keep on hearing that the simultaneous point to that is understanding, like, and this is the thing about, like, this is the thing you have to understand with fire signs. Fire signs understand more than anyone. Scorpios understand this too, right? Fire signs and Scorpios, which is often why we understand and recognize that when we see Scorpio, even though they're a water sign, we sometimes say they're a fiery water, that there are things that you can't take back, right? There are things you can't take back. And the reason we identify the fact that we say that there are things that you can't take back is that you can move forward, right? Moving forward ever changed does not mean that anything ever goes back to the way it used to be. But, and you'll often see this, right? Often you'll see fire sign energy that moves forward, resigned to the changes that they have to make based upon the observation of what they see in another, right? And a lot of that work, right? And I like to point out often that is often the space by which fire sign energy works towards their nobility, because it's often the space by which the fire sign will see something, will observe it, will experience the hurt in seeing it, but will not allow that hurt to change the work, like to change the nature or the space of the way that they effectively navigate, right? It's observe, don't absorb to the highest accord, because it's the understanding that when we see things that hurt us, right, they move us even higher into our standards. Whew, that's an intense read for fire signs today. Those are all of our elements today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a personal reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I'd encourage you to do it there. I also want to give you guys a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who was a part of our recent tarot class. Our next tarot class is next week. I would like to invite you to join us next Friday at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access as a monthly subscriber to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning each class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary you also have access to, if you become a founding member, not only will you receive full access to a discounted rate on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. Definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to the classes, I'd encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule and my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I'm going to be releasing one this week on this new moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today. And Nicole, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would care to get on the list today, the list is now open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first, we already did one of our giveaways. We got another giveaway coming up. We're going to be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list today via my tree that is linked in my bio. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitles you to the same benefits that I've listed as a subscriber, including a free 1 card each day. I would like to be able to offer that over on the Clock app. I need your help for that, friends. So if you're joining us on the Clock app, make sure to give me a follow today. And when you follow me, I will thank you in the live stream with an affirmation from a guide for the advanced soul. If you are already following and would still like that affirmation, go ahead and share this live with 3 individuals and comment share, and I'll be happy to give you that affirmation as well. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And my friends, we're already at 26.2K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Hi there, Kayla. Good to see you today. Guys, please avoid anyone making false promises about paying rent or giving you money. Obviously, there's a lot of nefarious energy out there, so just be safe, okay? Love and light to you as well, Siobhan. Grand Rising Love. And Ginger, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising Laurel, good to see you, Kat. How you doing, Jamie? Thank you for the compliment on my eye makeup, Kat. Ro, good to see you as well. Listening while working, we love it. Gave me inspiration, grabbed my palettes trying to choose my colors. I love it. Oh, really? Oh, I'm so honored by that, Bookcase. Thank you as well, Ro, for receiving these messages. Nicole, from all my cup spread this morning, I'm interested in what water is influencing me. Oh, so yeah, that was a very interesting read for water signs. Hi there, Tiff. Good to see you today. I just realized I have 0 water placements. It happens. Hi there, Holamimi. Thank you for the follow. And Adam, thank you for those heart knees. Friends, please remember to recharge your heart knees if you would like an animal oracle card on top of your 1 card. Me with my big 3 in water, reminding myself this while I struggle with kiddo. Sending you support today, Bookcase. Thank you as well, Seymour. My Aries moon has been so helpful with all my water. I can imagine. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, Aries moon can help like with direction when it comes to water. Water baby here, and cortisol spikes had me unnerved recently. Somatic is helping. I'm glad to hear that you're finding a solution to it. Hi there, creative. Thank you, Avatar. Looking forward to our reading. And Terpsichore, thank you for the follow. Gordon, thank you for the follow. Abu, thank you for the follow. Valentina, thank you for those heart knees. We did all of the signs, Valentina. So if you missed them, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos and the photos. You can also find them as a podcast shortly over on the stack. Absolutely. I feel you on this. It's not even noon. Bring it on. Hi there, Lisa. Kendra, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you saw that judgment card, reading us to filth. Oh, love you needed this. You're so welcome, Epiphania. And Sue Sayer, thank you for the follow. I have 5 or 6 fire placements, all of my big 3. Oh, so you're probably feeling a lot of this right now. Hi there, puppy. You have a beautiful evening as well. Hi, Ivana. Good to see you. Thank you for confirmation, Ed, as well. I literally had this conversation with myself the other day, sending you support on that journey, Avatar. I love this. Thank you, Lisa. The list is open. I have you on it. Fire signs making you work extra today. I'm not surprised. All my placements are Leo and Virgo, no water, South Node in Aquarius. Well, there's something about making sure that you're doing extra work to make sure that you're working to be in touch with your emotions and the emotions of those around you. It's not displaying. It says gifts are turned off. I'm not sure why that would be. Can you please send me a screen cap, Avatar? I can see if I can get to the bottom of it. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can figure that out. Just bear with me, dear. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. Well, you're giving me, I see you giving gifts. So I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it would say that you're not. Okay. I'll let you know when it's bottom in. Yeah, I'll read the list right now, Lisa. So the list we have right now is Addison, Dandelion, Lisa, and Avatar. So if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the 5th person read for. You're so welcome. And thank you for sharing the live Healing Alchemist. I appreciate you. Ella, thank you for reposting. Grand Rising, dear. Oh, so the affirmation, so the sharing, Lisa, is for those on the INSTA, because I can't offer 1 card readings there. Absolutely. Hi there, Team Osana. Ivana, the list is looking great. If you want to get on, you'll be the 5th person read for. Absolutely. I can give gifts. No, I missed it. Only does message when I send one. Yeah, if you could screen cap it for me, Avatar, I can try to get to the bottom as to why it's not allowing you to send gifts. Yeah, thank you. We will figure it out. Also, I'm trying to identify if there's a wish list. I heard that there's a wish list option that I'm trying to figure out as well. If anybody knows anything about that, let me know. So confusing. All right, let's continue right now. The next first person we're reading for today is Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list today, as I mentioned, the list is open. It's a lovely time to get on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation. And thank you for getting on the list, Ivana. You'll be read for after Avatar. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 5th person read for, 6th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we're doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes on the Clock app, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, please let me know what the date is that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Thank you for confirming where you sent that information. I'll be happy to check it out there. Excellent. And for those who are interested, if you happen to have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have hold on a moment, or if you have a past life that you would like more information on, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. I need to take a moment to read over some of the information that was sent related to this read. So if you could just bear with me a moment. Okay. Where are we? What do we have here? Okay. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Just trying to get some clarity. Outside, good to know. Thank you for letting me know, dear. Okay. And I'm gonna, before we continue with this read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pinning up Addie here. Guys, make sure to give Addie some love. All right, here we go. Where are we? Okay, this one is for sure some fun, entertaining outside tea related to a childhood experience. When I was growing up, I spent a lot of time in the Catskills. I felt deeply connected to the land. And while the house I stayed in had some weird energy, maybe we can explore that in a later reading. As soon as I walked outside, I felt safe and at home. Outside of the house, there was a wooded area that my littler self, 5 to 8, dubbed as Africa, and I would always go back there to play as deep in the woods as my parents allowed. So this particular time, I was playing in Africa at about 7 or 8 years old. I don't recall how I was playing at the moment, but here's what happened. I looked ahead in the woods. And about 100 feet ahead of me, standing on a boulder, I saw a female lion who looked right back at me with intensity. I remember gasping and thinking about how there were bobcats, but this was much bigger than a bobcat and a totally different shape. Knowing that mountain lions had been gone from that region for centuries, I did the smart thing and walked slowly backwards out of the woods until I got to the lawn and ran back to the house. I eventually convinced myself that it was my imagination and it must have been a golden retriever, and my wild imagination had turned it into a cat. Well, present me isn't fighting back on what I saw. So let's go. Can we tap on into that experience and see what we find? Mm. Okay. So there's a couple of different things that I'm seeing that was happening. First, everything I see here has nothing to do with it being a dream. And the thing I'm identifying in relationality to the fact that you know it's not a dream is I keep on hearing, I feel like you cut your, like, I keep on seeing, I don't know, I keep on hearing they're referring to something about you cutting yourself. Or something in relationality to, I don't know, I keep on hearing something about a cut. Like I just keep on seeing some kind of identification point in relationality, and I want to stress this. Had it been a dream, you would have run. Had it been a dream, you would have run. Because dreams, when we're in dreams, we do things in a state of play, right? It's the imagination that allows us to effectively move towards something the way that we would aspire to play with it. So there's no space by which you would back away from a dream. Like the space by which you back away from a dream is the observation that when you turn your back on a dream and you look again, it's gone. But the modality by which, if you looked away from this and it was still there, then you have to be aware of the fact that it wasn't going anywhere. So it's articulating to me that everything about this identifies that what you saw was real. I'm getting the space. What I'm reading into this is an energy that feels like it was someone was keeping something as a pet that energetically escaped. That this was a situation by which someone was keeping something in the space by which it was cute. They were keeping something in the space by which it was cute until it wasn't cute anymore, is what I keep on seeing. And the identification point of something I keep on hearing is it's a big place out there. Right? I keep on hearing it's a big place out there, easy to get lost. Easy to get lost. I do feel and one of the things I would also do, one of the things I might also do is, if you want to get confirmation on this, look, I mean, I don't know if you've ever done any studies in terms of looking at the newspapers from that area or from that time period, but look, I keep wondering, look, especially if the woods in that area like pass across states, like don't just look in the immediate area that you saw something. Look for any place by which something was energetically found where it shouldn't be, because I just keep on getting the fact that this was an escape situation. And the reason that it's an escape situation is it was an escape situation from someone that was not supposed to have something in the first place. So when there's an escape situation from someone that was not supposed to have something in the first place, you don't go running around telling people that you lost something that you shouldn't have had. It's like I see somebody like literally going like that, in terms of being like, oh no, right? And just kind of like potentially waiting, like I almost feel like somebody waiting for the shoe to drop, in terms of expecting someone to articulate that they had been found. Now, and again, I keep on getting, expand the search, because it says to me that animal was actually searching. It was searching. Now, this is where we have something that I'm identifying that is energetically sublime that occurred in this moment. And the reason we see that something sublime happened is that I want to describe to you, the best thing I can describe is the activation. Often the space that we are activated in having past life memories is the space by which we naturally do something that is the absolute right way of doing it, in the context by which another person would say to us, how did you know to do that? Right? And then we say, it just felt like the most natural or logical thing to occur. Now, what we effectively see is that one of the things that you are potentially doing in the context of your childhood play was tapping into a past life memory, right? The context by which you were moving around a locationality and you were telling yourself that it was a different place entirely is the observation in being able to recognize and identify the fact that you weren't playing, you were replaying, right? And this is often what happens when we're going through, and this is often something that children do without recognizing it. There's a child playing, but the space by which a child's playing in a way that others find unusual is the space by which a child's playing, but they're not playing, they're replaying, right? They're going into the energetic replay of something that they used to do every day in a past life. So what actually happened in that moment was a synchronous, a moment of profound synchronicity, where you were put in a position that the present self was not energetically prepared for, but the past life self recognized and understood intuitively. And what basically happened there was the memory and the recollection of your past life saved you in that moment. Because had you turned your back on that creature, the creature would have surely attacked you, having seen you vulnerable and prone. But all of the work, all of the memory that you still held on to in the past life basically came back. It's like your Akashic, and this is what we talk about with the Akashic, right? Your Akashic, you reached into your Akashic and you remembered what it is that you had to do in that moment. And instead of doing what a lot of us would do, which is turning and running, You kept yourself low and slow, and you move slowly away from them while never, I keep wondering, while never losing, right? While never losing contact with them, never losing the fact that you were watching them, which held them in the space by which they could not tell if you were predator or prey. So it was a space by which you effectively saved yourself with the past life memory. Bottom of the deck on this reading. You know, the dimensions are a funny thing, because sometimes something multidimensional is happening in the space by which, and this is often how we misinterpret multidimensionality. Sometimes something multidimensional happens in the space by something that's not supposed to be in this dimension is. And sometimes something multidimensional happens when a part of ourselves, a part of ourselves that no longer exists persists, right? And so what's interesting about that is, and I can even see the fact that even in that moment, it may have felt like there was something mind-bending occurring. And this is further confirmation for you in understanding and recognizing if there was something there that rings true. Because if you felt, and I want to describe this, if instead of feeling in that moment, oh no, what's happening? If instead you felt, oh no, not this again. Okay. The best way I can confirm to you that this was not a dream is if in that moment, if what was in your head was not, oh no, what's happening, but oh no, not this again, right? The energetic feeling of frustration and annoyance, but also persistent preparation, right? Then it is often the observation of understanding that that was in a way like the past life self that was protecting the present, because it was the modality and the situation of experiencing something that was completely anomalous to anything that you should know about or experiencing, but having the expertise of someone well versed, in a dangerous, a danger prone landscape, to know exactly what to do, to be able to move through it, not in a state of adversarial nature, but in a space by which one was a part of the energetic environment. So it's the affirmation. I keep on hearing there was a multi-dimensional moment that was occurring there. And the multidimensionality of the moment was happening in the space by which they, and I want to describe this too, there might be something about the fact that they felt energetically drawn to you as well, right? Because the modality by which, again, energetically, you both potentially carried the energetic imprint of recognition, one of the things that potentially prevented you in that moment. And it's hard to explain, but this is often what happens when I read for those that are in animal form, is that they recognize, right? They recognize energy. They recognize energy across lifelines. They sometimes recognize the fact that they can sometimes recognize the connection we have to past life things as well. So that modality by which you may have saw the fact that they were watching you, right, as intensely as you were watching them, was the fact that, like I keep on hearing, there's nothing about your form in that moment that should have conveyed the fact that you were a threat to them. But there was something in your aura that they saw, that they recognized, they saw who you were in the past life, that was giving them pause in terms of moving towards you. Because it's like, I feel like it was the identification point of you and them seeing one another and giving each other what? Healthy distance, right? Like, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very, and it has a bit to do with the past life that we read into as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. That's wild. Yeah, no, the ram energy felt like that's how you appeared to them. Interesting. I did. It looked nothing like that matched that time, but I'll expand the search. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm reading into. No, I was not seeing something that was in that area. It was showing me something that had escaped. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah, not playing but replaying. And Fleming, thank you for the follow. Wild. Yeah. Yeah, it felt like we knew one another. Yeah, I thought the past life was involved. You're so welcome. Thank you, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Dandy. Dandy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. In my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 35.1K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Second call right now for Dandelion. Second call right now for Dandelion. If Dandelion is not here, then the next person on the list for today is, hold on a minute. Oh, Dandy Lynn. I always say Dandy Lynn. The next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 4th person read for. Second call right now for Lisa. Second call right now for Dandy Lynn. Second call right now for Lisa. Second call right now for Dandy Lynn. If Lisa and Dandy Lynn are not here, the next person on the list for today is, we've got here Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there, dear. And while we wait for Avatar's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the cards. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you, guys. We'll do it again after the next reading. Hold on a minute. Hold on, I'm just reading over. Addie, I'm just adding some notes to your book. Hold on. Okay. All right, got Avatar's book here too. All right. You're so welcome, dear. And we're doing, for Avatar right now, an energy check-in with parents about the space we've all been in. What's going on with them? All right. Whoa. I mean, I want to say short answer no, but it feels like there's something complicated happening because it has to do with something that's happened in the past that they haven't talked to you about. And it feels like, and it's not, it has nothing to do with you. It has to do with their relationship. It has to do with a relationship. It has to do with a relationship and a secret, is what I keep on seeing. And it doesn't, I'm going to put it this way, okay? I'm going to put it this way. We get triggered by things that feel too close to the bone. That's why I had to get your book out, because it's interesting, because I've got a guide around this. Like, it's interesting because their parents, somebody else's parents, are talking to me. Oh, yeah, there it goes. I knew that was going to happen too. Yeah, all over the place. Yep, hold on. Jeez. Yep. It has to do with the fact that you're spilling, like, you're not doing anything but being in your authentic self. And when another person is being in their authenticity, and another person has spent their entire life trying not to spill tea, can you imagine the effect it has on somebody? Right? Look at the mess. Look at the mess. Okay. That's literally, and it happened twice. And the thing about it is, oh my gosh, what a mess. Hold on a minute. Like, that's all that, like, I'm gonna say it again, okay? When there is nothing more triggering for a person that spent their entire life not trying to spill tea, okay? There is nothing more destabilizing than for someone who has spent their entire life trying not to spill tea, seeing somebody living in their authenticity. Because it basically shows them, right? It sometimes doesn't feel like a healing moment. It's not that it's not healing, but it can bring a lot of feelings up. It can bring a lot of feelings up, right? And I keep on hearing the door was shut. I don't know what is this. I don't know what it is I'm reading about right now. The door was, and this is basically what I'm getting. The door was shut. And then there you are. Not your fault. Like, not, and I want to point this out. And this is why I've got some kind of ancestral energy around you. That feels like it's supportive to you, because I feel like what I see, okay, and this is what I mean about the fact that I've got a bunch of different things that are happening here. And the first thing I'm getting, okay, and I'm going to hold your hand when I say this, and this is just the thing you have to be respectful of whenever it comes to parents. You don't know your parents' full history. I know you think you do, but you don't, okay? You know, I keep on, and it's funny too because this is mostly coming as a channeled message. There's some kind of great grandparent guide energy around you. I keep on hearing there is a version of your parents that they would prefer that you know, is what I keep on getting. There's the version of your there's the version of your parents that they aspire for you to know, and then there's the version of who they are. And the funny thing about it is whenever we are in a parental role, right? The like, and you'll often notice, be like, well, that's none of your business. Like, that's none of your business. Right? It's like, if I'm minding my business and you're minding your business, who is minding your business? It's giving me a little bit of that type of energy. And so I am going to say again, because everything, and I keep on hearing, everything I keep on seeing about this, and I don't know who this is, because I've got some kind of ancestor that feels like it's the parents to one of these two that's articulating upon the fact that they're more than one, that they're with you completely on something. Because I just keep on hearing the same message coming through after I've finally done the, and I want you to understand, okay, look, do you see the cleanup I just had to do? Do you see all that cleanup I had to do to kind of protect something? See, clean up on, I keep on hearing clean up on aisle, Desiree, thank you for getting on the list. Clean up on aisle 7 is what I'm hearing, which says to me, it feels like, I want to describe this. I feel like, how do I explain this? I feel like I see somebody who has not been in their full authenticity. Okay? I see somebody who has potentially lived a half-life. And the reason I articulate a half-life is the space by which another person said that there was a part of themselves that they've been working fastidiously to try to heal, let go of, and quell. And the modality by which you are, and this is why I keep on getting the fact that there's somebody someone in spirit that's speaking on your behalf, seeing you embrace the full authenticity of yourself, right? You have to understand, it just comes with the territory. That when one person has had to live a half-life, and then they see somebody living the full life, there's going to be feelings that come up. And some of those feelings, and that's why I keep on getting ancestral saying those feelings have nothing to do with you. They have nothing to do with you doing anything wrong, but the fact that they're looking at your life with longing. Okay? And I want you to write that down, because sometimes this is often what happens, right? The difference, right? Are they upset, or are they looking at your life with longing? And if they're looking at your life with longing, right? What is the person beside them seeing? Right? When I say it's really complicated, it's really complicated. And that's why I've got an ancestral coming up talking about it, because they're saying it's not your fault that you being in your authenticity is bringing up something unresolved between them, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on getting like, and the funny thing about it is that like, that's what I meant. Like, and I feel like, cause I see one person, like and I keep on, I don't know what this is that they like, I keep on hearing one person, like and it's interesting too, cause I'm not someone who's prone to curse. I see one person looking at you and going, well, damn, like that. And I see another person looking at them and going, here we go again. Right? Here we go again. And here's the thing about it. It's the again. It's the again that I'm hearing, which is talking to me about there's something that happened. There's something that happened that I don't know. I'm seeing here. I don't think you're ever going to get to the bottom of it because there's like no way on earth they're going to talk to you about it, is what I see. But let's just say like the space, like, and that's why it's hard for me to read for this, because what I'm picking up on isn't anger, right? It's not anger. It's complication. It's complication, right? Because it says to me, and I keep on hearing, things change in the context of time. And I keep on hearing somebody say that you've got possibilities available to you that another person would have given anything for, right? You have possibilities that are open to you that another person would give anything for. So the modality by which I see, like the fact by which another person may be going through a lot of those feelings is potentially the fact that they're, like I keep on saying, paying attention in relationality to the fact that it's triggering to them, right? Because it's not the fact, I keep on hearing, it's not the fact that they regret their choices, but it's the fact by which they understand that I keep on hearing, you're navigating a world that literally did not exist at a time that they would have given anything for it to exist. And meanwhile, I see another person who's feeling re-triggered because I see a situation by which something occurred between them that created some kind of volatility that they worked through, and another person feeling anxiety that it's going to open up a conversation again. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this so it's like, are they being honest with you? I feel like they're being as honest as they can, because something I'm seeing here feels very intimate and sensitive. You know what I mean? And like I have to point out, especially when it comes to like some energy, like it's like la 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 la. You know what I mean? Like it's a little bit like that, if that makes sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to experience, who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now, and I want to point out, you've got some the ancestral energy is like totally on your side on this. Like it's really interesting for a bunch of energy that's saying, like, I keep on hearing, it's funny, I hear a bunch of ancestral energy going like, get over it. Like, they're going like, get over it. Get over it. With like, I'm seeing like one of those old timey, you know what I mean? Like the ones you used to bring to games, like those old timey like megaphone things, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open, and we've got 5 spots available today before the list will be closed. Also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to list, just let me know the date that you are added back. I'll be happy to add you to the list. Next person on the list for today is Healing Alchemist. Actually, wait, no, pause. Dandy's next. I need to see if Dandy's back. Hold on. I got to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Purr. Mm-hmm. Hi there, Smirch. Hi there, Smirch. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Smircha? Hi there, Avatar. Yep, it's okay. Interesting. I would believe this. Hi, everyone. Hi, Per. Thank you for sharing the live. Toko, these are donation-based reads, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send a donation. I'll be happy to read for you. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Hi there, dear. I'm going to read the list for those who are on it. I got Dandy Lynn and Lisa, Ivana, and Danae. So true on parents. Thank you for confirming, Ella. I mean, as a child, it felt a lot about them hiding things. Yeah. No, it's a lot. Like, I think you notice, like, this is related to something that they were hiding. Well, this is helpful. I've always picked up on that from one of them. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Thank you for also connecting to this reading, Yaz. And thank you guys for supporting each other in these readings. It's okay. It's not. Listen, it comes with the territory. It was like, it was funny too, because that's the thing about it. It happened once and I caught it. And the second time it was all over the place, which is the observation of somebody. I keep on hearing like the space by which this something happened in the past and being like, whoo, like, don't worry, we'll get over this. Versus now it's like it's giving me like cat out of the bag kind of energy, right? Like somebody being like, don't worry, I put the cat back in the bag. And here's you, you're like, would you like some cats? You know? Mm-hmm. Yep. Nope, nope. You guys are never going to miss your reading. Relatable reading. Thank you guys. I feel as though you shouldn't feel bad. Whatever their reaction, beautifully stated. Yeah, I understand. Desiree. Yes, I got, actually, I apologize. I said Danae, Desiree, you're on the list. I miswrote it. I apologize for that. Yes, you are going to be after Ivana, dear. Apologies for my horrific spelling. I got you, Lisa. Yeah, sometimes skeletons do, like, I mean, the thing is, when I do readings, like, the funny thing is, the thing is, like, as soon as somebody gets into spirit, they want the skeletons out. So it's like the funny thing is like the skeletons have a tendency of popping back up. You know, just get the skeletons out now so I'm not the one relating the skeletons later. Okay. So, all right. Where are we? Yeah, would you like some cats? Yes. No problem, dear. All right. And I've got you, Lisa. Guys, make sure to give Lisa some love. Before we continue, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Mm. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. We'll do that again after the next reading. I'm going to leave this here. Ooh. Excellent. Guys, go ahead and post it about it in the disco. Please. All right. I'm pinning it up here, guys. Okay. All right. What's going on? Whose thumb? What's going on with somebody's thumb? Is it you or is it them? What's going on with the thumb? As soon as I started reading. Yeah. Oh, I know what's up. Oh, I know. Okay. Yeah, okay, that was obvious. Now the song's in my head. All right, where are we? I'll post it. Message me in the message me in the disco. I'll give you the song. Um, I mean, this is the sad truth of it is, and I think you have to understand this. Um, there's something really important to notate about navigating. Like, I keep on hearing, like, the thing is, I see a situation, like energy that finds you indispensable is not necessarily going to do things that are completely beneficial for you. I that's it's a I hate, like, here's, I wish I could, I need to, and again, that should not be the case, right? That is someone being absolutely, like, that is someone being absolutely the most selfish, like, absolutely the most selfish version. Now I need to get you a book. Hold on a minute. Like, now I got to get you a book, because, like, that it should not have to be like that. It should not have to be like that. But there you go, right? Like, all it takes, right? All it takes is somebody, right? Like, somebody who finds you indispensable, you know? Hold on. Somebody who finds you indispensable isn't always going to bring the best things to you. I wish I didn't have to say that. But it's not, it should not be true. But it is true, right? It is true when somebody's being selfish. It is true when someone's being selfish with your energy. So when somebody's being selfish with your energy, right? And they find you indispensable, right? Then often, like, you can't necessarily wait for them to do things on your behalf, right? You can't wait, and especially if you've noticed a lag there, you know. And I feel like that is the glass ceiling that I see around you and a counterpart, right? Like, navigating that really fickle territory where someone says, I don't know what I'd do without you, and also you're overqualified to be here, right? So I want you to kind of, I think the thing that's important is, I feel like you and them need to have better conversations, in terms, and here's the thing about, I see you and another person being very similar in that way. I see you and another person being very similar in that way. And the best way I can describe, um, the best thing I can describe that you can do right now is having, how do I describe, like, it's interesting because it's saying to me you have to lean in a bit on your Taurus placements. And the thing about Taurus energy, I always describe this. When I read different astrologies, like I see them in different parts of the body, and Taurus always occupies the shoulders, right? And so I point out, like, often it's having to work, like it's having to work through situations and experiences by which I like to point out a little healthy shove, a little healthy shove, but shoving oneself in the best way possible, right? Which is to say, you need to get better at holding each other accountable for things that you're not feeling inclined to do. Okay? Hold on. And I keep on hearing, just because you're not inclined to do it doesn't mean that it's good, that it's not good for you. Right? Just because you're not inclined to do it doesn't mean that it's not good for you, which is the observation of you potentially recognizing and understanding. I feel like I almost feel like I see something where it's like you need to have two lists, right? Which is the list that you have for yourself and the list that the counterpart gives you, right? The list that you have for yourself and then the list that the counterpart gives you. Because I want to point out the list that you have for yourself is, and seeing where they differ, right? Like almost like I keep on getting, like, consider it like some kind of, like, I keep on saying, consider it some kind of fun little shadow work experiment is what I'm seeing, in terms of you saying, what are the three things that you think are the most important things that would allow for a breakthrough right now? And without even asking them, have them write down what they think they are. And then sit down together and see where they differ. Especially, right? Especially if there are qualities and characteristics in one that you aspire to see in the other. Right? Because, and it's interesting because, and I want to describe this. We often find ideal counterpart. We often find ideal counterpart because they complement us, right? We often find ideal counterpart because they complement us. And in the same way that they complement us, then sometimes we feel the rub in terms of the fact that the advice that they're giving us feels like it frustrates us. But, and this is what I keep on getting, if there's something that we admire, right? If there's something that we admire in counterpart, then that ability or that quality to hear another person out is sometimes the conversation that we need to hear, because it's the observation and the understanding of how we might be inadvertently standing in our own way. And it's interesting too, because when I was reading for this, like, when I started reading, my thumb started acting up, and it's fine now. But then my hand started shaking. And the thing about it is, and that's the thing about it, right? Like, when another person says something and it bothers us, right? And we don't like it, the response, the answer by which we can't follow it should not be the one that says, because I'm afraid, right? And it's working through, I keep wondering, it's working through, like a good counterpart brings the bravery out of us, which is the difference, right? The difference between what we fear versus what is real, right? The difference between what we fear versus what is real is the modality by which we overcome our fears, because a good counterpart will articulate and say, get those pesky fears out of the way because I know you're capable of doing it. So I feel like that's you and counterpart helping each other to get braver. But the space by which, like, the only way to get braver is by overcoming the fear. And it's not, I keep wondering, it's not just your fear, but it's the fear around circumstances or situations. Like, be very conscientious if there are circumstances. I just keep on hearing the same message coming through. Be very conscientious if there are situations that find you indispensable, because those are sometimes the same situations that limit opportunities instead of offering great ones. And I know that that shouldn't be the case, bottom of the deck, but sadly, right, when energy is being self-serving, right, rather than giving someone, like, you cannot go to somebody who finds you indispensable for sound advice. You cannot. I know it's true. You cannot go to energy that finds you indispensable for sound advice, because you have to understand. And when I say sound advice, I mean deep advice. Because, and it's not to say, I mean, I wish I could say that, like, not always everyone's like that, but the observation of understanding that what they're telling you might be clouded and painted by what it is that they want for you rather than what's best for you. Thank you so much for having this reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 5 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 47.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Oh, wow, look at everybody picking the Ren. Excellent. And thank you, Wired, for the follow. Thank you for the compliment, Traveler. Thank you for confirmation, Ed. This is not going the way I thought it was, but it's reminding me I need to be more honest with myself. Hi there, Mia. Hi, James. Buon compleanno. You're so welcome to Team Osana. Wow, this was so necessary to hear. You're welcome, dear. How you doing today, Lorenzo? All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Dandy Lynn. If Dandy Lynn is not here, the next person on the list for today is Ivana. Dandy Lynn or Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And in the meantime, second call right now for Dandy Lynn or Ivana. Second call right now for Dandy Lynn or Ivana. If Dandy Lynn or Ivana are not here, the next person on the list for today is Desiree. Desiree, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. You can always ask questions in the chat, Lorenzo, but if you're looking for a reading, those are donation-based. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. We read for here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Angelic, dream interpret. Oh, how you doing today? I got you, Ivana. Can you let me know, Ivana? I just saw you over on the place where we keep the videos. If we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Excellent. And just bear with me a moment. One second. Oh, I see what's happening. All right. And also for those who are joining us across the other apps, please remember, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. If you are a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership entitles you to the same offerings that I've listed for subscribers. I would like to be able to offer that as well over on the place where we keep the photos. I need your help with that, friends. So if you're joining us on INSTA, go ahead and comment and follow, and I'll be happy to give you for your follow an affirmation from the Guide for the Advanced Soul. If you're already following me there, go ahead and share this live with 3 individuals and comment shared in the comments, and I'll be happy to give you a affirmation as well. Second call right now for Ivana or for Dandy Lynn, if Ivana or Dandy Lynn are not here, or Desiree. Ivana, Dandy Lynn, or Desiree. If not, we are going to be moving into one-card readings we're moving into one-card readings for super fans and paid members over on the place where we keep the video. So if you have a question and would like a card pulled, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a super fan or a paid member, your paid membership and super fan status entitle you to a one card as well. I got you, Yaz. One card, highest, I like your highest party. Highest party, please, for Yaz. This is you, make sure that you're spending every day trying to push a good idea forward. Hi there, Ivana. Excellent. Guys, please hold on your one cards. We've got Ivana back. It's saying, like, I keep on hearing, like, you have to look at that idea as a child. So every day being able to say, this is what I gave it, this is what I put towards it. It doesn't have to be a lot, but a little bit every day goes a long way. Animal Spirit Guide card. Yeah, particularly with the fire dragon. You don't have to do everything overnight, a little bit every way. Like, don't get mad at yourself in relationality to doing something. Just take, right? Like, the best time to do something is right now. Don't get upset about any of the time that you've spent in the past. Just let the present build into what you're looking to do. Okay? Don't get upset at yourself. Just get focused. Hi there, Ivana. I see you, dear. Could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? And Avatar, while we wait for Ivana's question, I have for you this says to me, you got 2 cards coming up. Sometimes something's just good, right? Sometimes someone just genuinely wants to help you. And I want to point out, the way you can usually tell if somebody's intentions are pure is they don't mind you asking questions about it, right? When somebody's intentions are pure, it's interesting. When someone's intentions are pure, then questions are the cure, right? Because it's a space by which another person is eager to talk about it more, not less. Absolutely. And Per, I've got you on the list from 429. One moment, please. Let me just confirm. Yep, I got you, dear. Good to see you today. And my friends, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before the list is closed. All right, I've got you, Ivana. And we're doing an Akashic. But before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm pinning up Ivana here, guys. Make sure to give Ivana some love. You know, the message is coming through. The message is coming through as you can't miss anything that's for you. You can't miss anything that's for you. And when I keep on hearing, when you truly recognize that, right? Like, and I keep on hearing, like, and it's interesting too, because it's coming specifically from that angelic. It's coming specifically from that angelic. When you recognize that you really can't miss anything that's for you, then when somebody tries to make you feel like you missed out on something, that's really interesting, isn't it? That's really interesting, isn't it? How does that change your perspective? If you recognize and realize that you can't miss anything that's for you, then what does it say about energy that perpetually makes you feel like you missed out on something? How does that change your perspective on things? How does that change your perspective on things? Because I feel like that's a lot. I feel like that's a lot of what I see is happening right now. And especially in relationality. Like, I feel like I see you healing from some kind of too little, like some kind of too little, too late kind of energy. And the message I keep on getting from your angelic is energy that articulates too little, too late, is energy that does not, that wants your energy, right? Energy that wants your energy, but wants you, right? But also wants to see you energetically scrambling for their approval. And I think it's really interesting because I feel like I see you actively releasing energy like that. There's the power and the beauty of another person that understands, right? I keep on hearing you're learning the crucial difference between the observation and the understanding of energy that says, I understand the pressure you're under, right? I understand the pressure that you're under, which is why I work to overstand things, is what I keep on hearing, right? When we understand, right? When we understand, we overserve, right? I feel like that there's a very interesting message is coming through on this, in terms of someone saying, when we understand, we overserve. We oversee and we overserve, right? Hold on. So when we understand, we oversee and we overserve, which is the modality or the situation by which we work as tenaciously as possible to do something, given the energetic limitations that another is under, right? Which is like, that is, and I feel like that's literally what an angelic, like that's literally coming from this angelic, because that's what angelics do, right? Like it's like clear, like it's like clear the way kind of energy. Whereas I'm like energy that is oppositional of that, right? Like the space by which you understand, and this is all your angelic keeps on saying. If you recognize, like the moment you recognize that you can't miss anything that's for you, and when I say that, I don't mean it. I don't mean it. I don't mean it lightly. I mean it heavily. I mean, like, the things that are for you will find you. Then how does it change your nature and relationship to the any energy around you that seems to always try to broadcast to you too little, too late, or such a pity, instead of saying, how can I help you more? Because they're saying to me, the shape of that energy around you, whatever that too little, too late type of energy is, good riddance, right? Too little, too late, good riddance is what your angelic says. Because, like, because that is the energy, right? Like, that is the energy by which we understand that that is something that you are not served by, right? And that is a good riddening. And a good riddening is moving away from something or someone that perpetually tries to put you in the quality or characteristic, right, of trying. I keep on hearing, like, someone who like, I keep on hearing mean energy, like mean, and they're showing it to me almost like small, small energy tries to extract hurt from things from a space of delight, specifically and particularly, right? Mean energy tries to extract like pain from others from a sense of delight, because there's nothing there, they have nothing else in their own experience that brings forth the modality or the understanding of the quality and condition by which one is able to effectively arrive into or build forth into the space by which one is able to do something energetically stronger. So they just keep on showing me that a lot of that work that I see you doing, remember, you moving away from situations and circumstances of that nature are helping others. It's not, I keep wondering, it's not just the fact that you're helping yourself, but you're helping others find the confidence to do so in the same way. It's like, I feel like there's something very important about that. And I feel like it has a lot to do, right? I feel like it has a lot to do with you healing some kind of tendency of carrying others' anxiety for them, right? Because you have to understand, energy that operates in intimidation tries to have others carry the anxiety that they themselves don't want to carry. So the modality or the situation by which one is able to understand that when we care about each other, we don't put our worries upon each other, but rather we work to energetically alleviate those worries. And you see, like, even as I said that, you see the false promises arriving in the chat space, almost on cue, right? Be wary of the false promises that arrive, that another person articulates is the reward for carrying their worries, right? For carrying their, I was trying to say their worries, but instead I said their worries, right? The space by which another person tries to get you to do the battles for them, right? To do the battles for them that they're not inclined to do, but they want you to take the responsibility for if something goes wrong. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with the Temperance card in its reversal. The Temperance card in its reversal is understanding, right? The modality and the experience by which we energetically, the modality and the experience by which we work to do something is articulated and defined upon the space or the energetic necessity that we effectively bring to things in relationality to what feels proportional and reasonable. So someone, and I want to point out, someone that respects you will hold your uncomfortability as if it were their own. And that doesn't mean, right, that doesn't mean that they always have to agree with you in the space by which one feels energetically uncomfortable. But as long, I keep wondering, as long as your uncomfortability is logical and you're able to communicate that to another, then how another person navigates your discomfort tells you everything you need to know about the modality or the space by which they themselves care about you. So I just keep on seeing, and it's interesting too, because it doesn't say to me, right? It says to me, like, I feel like in the past you might have been more, inclined to like work through uncomfortability in some way that felt like you were like disinclined to effectively articulate it. But here's the thing about it, like when every time we articulate to another that it's okay to talk about uncomfortability, then we're opening a door to another to understand that they can do it too, right? Like it's the gift that keeps giving, because even in the space by which we give it, it's the space by which another person understands that they themselves are also worthy of it. So it says to me, right? It doesn't say, it's interesting too, because I feel like to a certain extent, you're learning to get uncomfortable by articulating your discomfort. And in the space by which you're learning to get uncomfortable by articulating your discomfort, you're finding your energetic boundaries. Because I keep on hearing that's where your standards live. Right? Like that's exactly the space where your standards reside. So I feel like, and the guides, like I feel like again, that angelic, like I almost see the angelic is there. I keep wondering, the angelic's right there with you in terms of saying like there's nothing unreasonable about that. But it's very interesting. It's very interesting if another person tries to articulate that you're being unreasonable in that modality, because it's the demarcation between what feels like it's supportive versus what feels like, I keep wondering, what feels like it's energetically invasive. So be very, like, I feel like that's a continuation of you continue on your healing journey. So I feel like it's like, especially you had two angelic. It's interesting because there was another angelic popping up in that Akashic read, which almost feels to me like, I almost feel like it's almost like the space by which another guide might be coming towards you. But like it feels like a continuation of something. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ivana. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 4 more spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio, Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We also got to 50K likes. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that. I am going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Absolutely. Close enough, water animals, seal of approval. It is the seal of approval. Like, the thing about it, the reading itself felt like someone giving you a seal of approval. Thank you as well, Avatar. Never too late. I needed to hear this too. You're so welcome, Yaz. I mean, Greg, I'm not sure about who you're speaking to in relation to that, but thank you for also connecting to this read. Ed, thank you as well. And thank you for the follow, Greg. Thank you for confirmation, Ed. Yeah, we know where your standards live. Yeah, they need to do the work. Exactly. You're so welcome, Ivana. Thank you. That was very helpful. Would you know what the other, I mean, the thing about it, I need to get more understanding around it, because the thing I keep on seeing is look that up. Hold on a minute. On cue, I swear. All right, I got to do a little investigation on it. I'll get back to you. All right. Okay. There I was about, I love the fact that I was about to say no, and then I'm like, oh, yeah, okay, hold on. It's fine. It's fine. It's just, it cracks me up. All right. It's just, it's when the answer comes so quickly, like it's very funny, because, and I like to point at this out, like the funny thing with working with angelic energy sometimes is it works so quick that you're like, it's like, it's like I just it's like it's very it can be very, very fast. It's not and it's funny too, because it's a difference. It's a difference in like reading into spirit, because when someone's crossed over, like it takes a minute for like things to process. But like some angelic energy is like, it's I can't even describe it. It's very, very fast. Oh no, I've been waiting for you. You haven't missed any, you never missed a reading here. And thank you again for getting on the list, Victoria. I've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. Leanne, I'm happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. It's 3 cards for 29 or more for non-subscribers. And thank you for the follow. It's okay, Greg. If you wanted to catch any of it beforehand, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos, and over on the place where we keep the videos. Okay. All right, before we continue right now, we are going to do our 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to 50K likes over on the Clock app. I am thinking of a number right now. Hold on. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 51. The first person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things, congratulations, Bookcase, you got it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. That was very fast. All right, let's continue right now. And the next person, and we'll do that again when we get to 100K. Speaking about quick. The next person we're reading for today is Dandy Lynn. Dandy, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? 16. Hi there, Esteban. Good to see you today. All right. What are we reading for, Dandy? And while we wait for Dandy's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. If you saw 32, maybe it's related to, maybe that's a number that had a connection point to the person who we're about to have a reading for. Excellent. Hi, Julia. Okay. Were you not doing well, Julia? Is everything okay? Okay, we're going to continue right now. It is a great card. And thank you for those gifts, Esteban. Where did Dandy go? Dandy, are you still here? Did you go away again? Here, and then back, and then gone. Oh, hello. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Nicole. You can find me on, you can find me over on the place where you keep the photos and the videos if there's any issues with that. Okay. Excellent. Got you. General love reading. Oh, that's why we got that. I was wondering what's going on with this fire dragon energy. All right, I'm gonna pin up Dandy here. Why am I getting some kind of cowardly lion energy about something? It's not you. Who is this that I'm reading for? Why am I getting two energies around you? Oh my God. What? Oh my God, no. Oh my God, no. Oh my God, yeah, no. No, thank you. Oh my good, yeah. Wow. You know, the thing about it, you know, we gotta talk a little bit here because here's the thing about it. And I just need to stress this. I feel like I've got some energy connected. Like there's a conversation that's coming through as to what you can and cannot navigate based upon a relationship, based upon the past. Okay? And here's the thing about it. All right, there are two different situations that you can navigate about the past. Okay? You can navigate a situation with someone in the past. You know, the only song, there is only one song. There's only one singular song that you should be hearing from anyone that is coming back towards you from the past. And you know what that one song is? It's you know, the thing about it, it's the Fool card song. It's the Fool card song. It's the Fool card song, which is if somebody is not, there you go. Perfect example. I love the fact that we start getting into readings like this, and then we start summoning the energy that I'm literally talking about. So I need to take a pause in this reading before we continue. I absolutely, Yeshua is wonderful, but I need to point out, Yeshua never said anything about the tarot, and Yeshua used to use divination a lot. Okay, Yeshua used divination to be able to save Mary Magdalene. We see multiple situations and circumstances where Yeshua was literally channeling. So the modality by which you are literally trying to use the name of a great teacher so that you can try to cast hate on something that you don't understand shows the fact that you are not very familiar with this book or this book. Would you like to go into it and have a reading upon it? Because here's the thing about it, and it's actually interesting because I was literally about to talk about the person having a connection to someone in the past who felt like they energetically knew something that potentially only comes back for adversarial reasons, the desire and the ability to have an argument with someone rather than admitting the fact that they don't necessarily understand something. So I have to thank you to a certain extent, because you are actually a perfect example of what I was articulating upon in this reading. So first and foremost, thank you for your help in giving an example in relationality to someone who potentially tries to come back to someone asking for proof rather than trying to seek and recognize understanding. And this is exactly the type of energy that I was potentially recognizing. Dan, do you see what's happening right now? We got to talk about it. This is, I mean, a part of me, like, I like to point out when something like this happens, when I'm reading for an energy, right? Do you see, do you see, do you see what's happening here? I mean, a part of me, like, I want to kind of pause right now, because the thing about it is, I feel like there's something really important that's happening in the context of this read, because I feel like this has to do a little bit with the energy that you yourself are healing from. And I want you to understand that one of the things that we often have to do when we're going through difficult readings is bear witness, right? And so what we're basically actively doing right now, look at this. Dandy, do you see this right now? Do you see the ability to bear witness in relationality to someone who tries, again, working into the context of someone who tries to heal a relationship, right? The modality by which another person tries to heal a relationship by demanding fear, right? There's that Emperor in its reversal, right? In combination with the Ace of Swords. So judgmental energy that tries to articulate upon the modality or experience by which they themselves are too deep in their egoic state, in the lack of understanding of compassion that one needs to bring in order to heal a relationship, but rather the fact that when someone is in an egoic state, they themselves are effectively possessed, right? Like, there's the possession that occurs when someone is in an egoic state that is the articulation and the arrival point by which they start to cast judgment towards others, right? And in the space by which they cast judgment towards others, you see the full shape of what it is and that has energetically possessed them, because it's the modality and the experience by which you're able to observe someone who is not in the empathetic state, but the egoic nature that is taken over, so that everything that they see around them, they're seeing from a fear-based mentality. So it's the modality of someone who needs to be feared because they themselves see fear everywhere, and thus they become the source of fear in others' lives. And the reason I haven't gone ahead and muted this individual is because the fact that they arrived in the context of this reading, I'm basically being able to show this to you because I feel like this is something that you have been in the process of healing and surviving from. So I want you to kind of be conscientious of the fact that we see, right? We see, and you see even the space by which this individual, right? They're not, they if they wanted to be somewhere else, they would be. They're choosing to be here because the one thing that they long to have from me is confrontation. And this is the space by which I'm going to proceed to mute them, because the way we arrive into healthy conversation is not by demanding entry and proof, because that is the space by which we understand that another person is not in the space by which they're mature enough to have a healthy conversation about something. Because energy that does not have healthy direction will try to create provocation because they demand energy from another, rather than moving towards relationships with a sense of compassion and intentionality. And again, thank you guys for navigating that for that period of time. I wanted to allow it to persist to be able to understand the full shape and scope of what it is another individual might be healing from. Now I'm going to have to, and I love the fact, and often the space by which another person does that often articulates the fact by which they identify that they're energetically special, right? And I need to point this out. The space by which we understand that we're special is understanding that there is nothing energetically special about us, that we are all energetically precious. So the modality by which another person tries to articulate the specialness to be able to cast judgment is also the space by which we recognize that they too are also in an egoic state. So I want to point out we've got two different modalities that I see that you're healing from, which is saying to me you've got two different relationships from the past that may feel like they're still trying to follow after you. One, in terms of someone trying to feel like you are the unhealed part of their life by which they demand some kind of apology from you. And I like to point out there's no such thing as closure. If another person's trying to articulate to you that they desire closure, it's because they want a reopening with you. And also the space by which another person tries to identify the fact that they're energetically special or that they're energetically called to do something, that is also someone that is too deep in their own egoic state. Because what happens in both of those modalities is the space by which another person is asking for exceptional treatment, not in the space by which they're doing anything that feels like it's helpful, but in the space by which you understand that the egoic state is one that moves them further and further into their own delusion. So I want you to be conscientious about that, because the fact that those energies arrived in such, and I want to describe it like such rapid fire in the context of you trying to heal, I want you to understand that probably is proof that you're moving in the right direction, right? Watch what happens if all you're doing is applying self-care to things. If all you're doing is taking a more careful approach with what it is that you put your energy to, pay attention if that brings volatility out in others, because that is you seeing the full shape of what it is that you're healing from. And I know it can be energetically stressful, right? And the fact that, and here's the thing about the fact that we observe, the fact that we are here for each other as you're going through that, is understanding your words cleanse things, right? You don't, when something like that's happening, especially as it relates to energy from the past, you don't get in an argument. You show it to others, right? You don't get in an argument. You show it to others, right? Don't argue, reveal. And if another person gets mortified by your revelation to another and saying, this is what I'm dealing with, then that, right? Let that be the conversation. Because it feels to me, right? And I like to point this out. When somebody says, you better not, then you go, oh, I got to hold this up a little higher, right? Right? You better not, being like, oh, you mean this? You mean this? Right? When someone says, you better not, you say, you better, when somebody says, you better not, you say, you better run, right? Because it's a space by which you say, oh, it's really interesting. I wonder what another person would say, right? Don't feel like you have to conversate, right? Sometimes a conversation is an observation. And if somebody is saying something to you that is so absurd, then the space by which you show it to another is the space by which you say conversation over, right? Conversation over. Because the reason I'm saying this is I see positive energy coming towards you right now. And it's interesting too, because remember how I articulated upon I articulated upon the cowardly lion. But I have to describe this. Like, I've got a Leo energy coming towards you. And the thing about this is the sound of bravery. And this is what we notice about the cowardly lion. What is braver than a cowardly lion? Because a cowardly lion is always one that is working to overcome their fear, right? It's the difference between what bravery feels inside versus what others see outside, right? The modality or the experience that when we're doing the bravest thing ever, we don't go around telling everybody how brave we're being. Brave, right? Bravery is quiet, right? Bravery walks quietly, because bravery doesn't do something for show. Bravery doesn't do something because it needs to be seen. Bravery does something because one knows it's the right thing to do. And I feel like it's really beautiful, because I feel like I see a situation by which you're actively healing, right? You're actively healing from like somebody. I feel like you're actively healing from somebody who used to, who, like, I keep on hearing somebody who used to articulate the fact, like, I keep on hearing God's strongest warrior is not mean. It's what I keep on hearing. It's like I literally see you having to say to somebody, "You're not God's strongest like warrior. You're just really mean. Like you're just really mean." Like, right? Like it's not. I don't know why I'm hearing this, and it's coming from an ancestral on your part who was watching something, which is like God's strongest warrior is not mean. It is not mean. It's nothing, right? It's a person that you say thank you, and the person that goes for what, and you go and go I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not doing anything anyone else does, right? No, God's strongest warrior is the unassuming one, right? It's not the space by which another person tries to demand, like, none of this, you should thank me, right? It's the energy that says thank you for allowing me to. Bottom of the deck, yeah, gratitude. I feel like there's like I keep on hearing follow the gratitude. Follow the gratitude. Your divine counterpart is filled with gratitude, and that doesn't mean that it says to me, it doesn't mean that they're a pushover by any means, but they're certainly not the person that is hollering to you that you should be thanking them, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And just reading back. Yeah, there was a wild ride. We should know when the fire dragon showed up. It is a great card. You had a dream about a fire dragon. Oh, we do dream interpretations here, Coach, if you want to get on the list. If you have a dream that you want interpreted, you just need to send it to me. You can either post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. No problem, Ivana. I got you. Can you let me know how that feed is there? I'm trying something new over there. Also, let me know if you can see me vertical. I'm trying to get a vertical feed over there. It's been a journey. Speaking of journeys. Hi there, Julia. I understand, dear. Sending you support. I'm glad to hear you're doing better today. Yeah, you like. Hi, dear. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. 3 spots left per. Absolutely. Yep. Oh, I do my best, Avatar. Thank you. And guys, yeah, please remember not to message people offering making fake false promises. All right, where were we? Throws tomato. One moment. Excellent. Go fly a kite. Oh man, what are you even talking? I know. But here's the thing but that's what I mean. Like, when somebody's trying, like, it's literally like, it's fight me. You know what I mean? Like, nah, no, I don't really feel it. Like, I got better things to do. Like, that's what it feels like. like unhealed energy is always looking for a standoff, you know? It's like, "Ugh," like okay, like okay, whatever, you know? Yeah. Well, it's like it's more like I feel like it's just, but it's so below, you know? It's like it's so below. Thank you guys for supporting each other, and thank you. Oh, which is so good to see you, dear. How you been? It's been a minute. I mean, literally, but here's the thing. It's not that you like you'll literally find Yeshua in divination. It was kind of his thing. Like that's the thing. Like that's the thing that drives me crazy. Like just the book is literally filled with somebody channeling and utilizing divination on the daily. Like, like I, explain it to me. I'll wait. Like, I know, but that's the point about it, right? It's a very fast way of getting attention without actually saying anything. A great example. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know exactly. It's so stressful, and thank you guys. Mirrors will mirror. My ex, sending you support as well, Nenny. So the one thing I will point out is we never utilize, hold on a moment. We never utilize the tarot. We never utilize the tarot to make our decisions for us, but in terms of guidance, in terms of moving forward, that's something that we can read into. I'm sending you a lot of support on that journey, dear. I know it's not easy. Absolutely. I know it was very intense. It was a wild ride. It's okay. So, Chariot, one of the things I also do as someone who does dream interpretations is trying to get to the bottom as to why you can't recall your dreams. So there can be different reasons why dream recall is not ideal. I got to point out this energy right now is not the greatest for dream recollection. I wouldn't be surprised if it feels like you're working in your dreams right now, given all the Aries energy that we see. Mm-hmm. Oh, you can see the vertical. Oh, well, that's great. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, wonderful. And Queen, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's a work in progress. I appreciate that, Ivana. Thank you. All right, just bear with me a moment. Okay. And thank you for becoming the 104th member of my fan club, Queen. Excellent. Oh, well, Queen, here you're going to see me vertically. I mean, this app is literally, it's a vertical app. We were talking about the place where we keep the videos. Yeah, okay. Thank you as well, dear. And Ro, thank you for those gifts. How do you get to that place? Um, well, here, like Chariot, it's different. It's different. It's a case by case basis. You know, it's not easy. But, one of the things I try to do, like, especially as it relates to letting go of like the best way we can start to let go of anger is by healing past trauma. Like I know it's like, I know how hard it is, but often it's the understanding that the only way forward is sometimes backwards, and being able to understand what we're carrying and why we feel the way we do about things. Below is a nice way of saying it. I mean, you can't like literally you can't have a reasonable conversation with someone that's too deep in their egoic journey. Yeah, I'm sending you so much support, Nicole. Well, and that's the thing about it, right? Like it's the space by which, like it's the space by which we understand that when we're in the context of love, then we put the valuation on the energetic intention that we bring towards things. And I will point out, when you think about the idea that intention is the shape of whether something is positive or negative, then you can see why a prayer can carry just as much vehementance as a curse. when you're not doing something that feels like it is in the space of perfect love, right? Like the quality and condition by which we accuse others has to be navigated with the intention behind things, not the words that we put towards describing them. Because you can do something that you claim is good, but if you're doing it for the wrong reasons, don't make yourself, you're not going to be able to sleep well at night, because you know that if your intentions aren't pure, it doesn't matter what you're doing, right? Like that's why we talk about, like that's what we talk about in terms of clearing, right? Like clearing the heart and the mind, right? Like why do you think when you genuflect, you touch your head and your heart? You think you ever think about why you do that? You do that because you say, like, let this be pure. Let this be pure. I'm not going to walk into a place where I should be holding something sacredly if my thoughts aren't pure or my heart isn't pure, right? Like it's like checking yourself. It's like you're checking, am I good? Am I good? Okay, cool. that's that's what it's supposed to mean. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for right now is, I'm still looking for Desiree. Desiree, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, we've got 3 spots available today before the list will be closed if you'd like to get on the list. Yeah, it's like check, check. Okay, yeah. that's what it's supposed to mean. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hi there, dear. Welcome. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Spirit Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got this swan. Nikki, were you here the other day? Bridget kept on trying to put in the frog and it wasn't working for her either. It's so weird. I wish I understood it. It's a silly place. All right, where are we? And I'm going to pin up here Desire. Guys, make sure to give Desire some love. Okay, 3 cards, please. Hello there, official. All right, where are we? Ooh, I feel like you're reclaiming something. I feel like you're reclaiming something. And I want to point out, here's the thing about it, and it's interesting because you got a guide kind of talking me through here. Sometimes we have to move away from something in order to deeply appreciate it. There's something to be said. There's something to be said about giving something healthy distance. And a lot of the work that we potentially identify and recognize is, and the best way I can describe it is that when we are working through situations and circumstances, then like I feel like I see something and it feels like you are turning to something that was very traditional. Like you're returning to something very traditional with new eyes. And the beauty and the value of returning to something traditional with new eyes is being able to identify and recognize what is energetically valuable versus what feels like it's extraneous. And I keep on, and it's like this reading is very eclectic. And the thing about the eclectic is the eclectic point about it, like eclectic, like the sound of eclectic is something becoming our own. Okay? And I want you to remember that. The sound of becoming eclectic is the sound of something that's becoming our own. And the space by which and I wanted and I feel like it's interesting because and it's interesting too because you've got a guide that's one of your ancestors that says like there are some um, eclectic is a privilege for those who have a deep experience in something traditional is what I keep on seeing, which is often, and I keep on hearing when there's a deep tradition and then we bring our eclecticness to it, then we recognize and understand the valuation point I keep on seeing. That's not you disregarding something. That's you perfecting something. Right? That's not you disregarding something. That is you perfecting it. And I feel like, and then perfect, right on time again, like right on time. Like I could not even, like, thank you. And this is a perfect understanding in terms of some of the energy that's coming through right now. Because I feel like that, is a little bit of the energy I see that you're dealing with, right? Like you're not stepping on anyone's toes if they're your toes, is what I keep on getting. You're not stepping on anyone's toes if they're your toes, but the modality by which another person um, tries to articulate upon the preciousness of something. I almost feel like I see you. And it's funny, the best way I like to describe when I see situations like this, it says to me like the conversation in terms of what we should do with something sacred is often the sound of having an argument as to what one does with fine china, right? Because often, what do you often see? What do you often see with those who are too reverent to the past, right? I like to describe it as like you see somebody who's got like a thing of fine china, and you're like, oh, those are beautiful plates. Being like, yeah. When do you use them? Never. What? Oh, they're too precious to use. Okay, so they're not plates, are they? Right? If you don't use something, right? If you don't use something and you just carry it through, what's the purpose of having it? It becomes an energetic, unnecessary burden, right? It loses its meaning. But then when you take something beautiful and you utilize it, then it beautifies, right? It beautifies everything. And I feel like that is like the type of argument I see that you're having with someone, right? The modality by which another person says, I care about something, so I don't touch it, right? And being like, you being like, I care about it, which means, right, the more I touch it, the more it becomes mine, right? The more I touch it, the more it becomes mine. Because when it becomes yours, it becomes divine, right? Because there's nothing else like that in the world. And there's nothing more beautiful than something that has the gift of being held in your hands. And I feel like the one thing that your guide is articulating is remember that often the space by which another person does not understand that is when you go through an argument with someone like that, they're basically identifying the fact that they don't see their own inherent worthiness or value, right? And if all you're doing is bringing that sense of self-worth into something, it's going to effectively, and here's the thing about it, you have to understand the anger you're picking up is fear. The anger you're picking up is fear. And the hard thing about it, and I got to tell you with bottom of the deck, especially if this is someone older, that you're arguing with, you might not get very far with them. Because there is a space that you reach in path work. And you can often tell the difference between someone that truly wants to hear something or someone who's energetically afraid. Because if another person has been living their life in a fear state the entire time, then the modality by which you try to introduce to them the fact that it was a fear state creates more fear, because then it's a space by which they have to look back on the fear state and say, but if that was all fear, then what did I do? If all of that was fear, if all of that was unnecessary fear, then it's the path work that sometimes there are things that are too hard to see, right? There's some things that are too hard to see, which is why often when someone's older, you get that wall of fear around them, because it's a modality by which it's not the fact that they don't believe you, but they're afraid to see something in fullness, especially if there were choices that they made that they recognized were out of cruelty, that they disguised as tradition, right? Because that is the sound of someone realizing and recognizing that if something isn't done from a state of love and compassion, then you can't ever convince yourself, I don't care what auspice it's in, it was never holy to begin with. You can call it anything you want, but if it isn't done with love and compassion, it's never sacred. But there are those that will try to use their sacredness to do something awful. And it's the modality by which they recognize that I keep on getting the modality by which someone realizes that they're approaching the end of their experience and the fear comes in, is the modality by which they understand that conversation is one that always requires accounting. Right? And so I feel like it's almost like a reading that says, be gentle. Like, be gentle with somebody who might realize that, but they'll never tell you, right? Because you'll usually see the difference between someone that can change versus someone who realizes the grievous mistake that they have been inhabiting the entire time. You can hold, like, I feel like it's hard because I can see you saying, like, you can hold them gently while also trying to bring them gently into recognizing the full extent of what they've done. Right? Even, I keep hearing, even there, there's something to be salvaged. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Darren. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, and it's hard too, because it feels like this is someone who hurt you. You know? Like, I just gotta say, it feels almost like somebody who's older who wants to talk to you. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like that. And I keep on getting and I keep on hearing too, it's getting like, because I was getting a spirit coming through, the choice is up to you. Whatever you choose to do with that is okay, is what I keep on hearing. Especially if it's something, I feel like especially if it's something that feels like it's tearing you up inside. Right? Allow yourself to make the compassionate choice, but the compassionate choice in relationality to what you feel, like the compassion that you feel in terms of what you need to feel in order to heal, right? Like, you can be compassionate in that space while also identifying and recognizing what feels like it's energetically supportive. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Darren. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We've got 2 spots left for today before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and My Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah, I see, like, I see it, man. And you know, the thing about it, like, you don't need to have, the thing I need to stress, you don't need, like, there's no such thing as a conversation for closure, right? If you know if you know that you're going to have a conversation, like, you don't need to sit around for a telling. You know what I mean? And the thing about a telling, the difference between a conversation and a telling is the difference between another person absorbing and receiving what you have to say versus another person that wants you to sit there and listen to them, right? And you can say to somebody, like, I'm willing to have a conversation, but I'm going to leave if it's a telling, which is the modality by which you feel like you can't get a word in edgewise. I feel like there's something about that to help you with that, and sending you so much support on that journey. All right, just bear with me. People want to make it their toes. Yeah. The list is open, Kath, if you'd like to get on the list. Oh. I like the deviation. I just want to point out the deviation of energy between someone articulating ungodliness to another person articulating that I am not God. This is projection. Like, what has anything, like which is it? Which is it? Can we pick a lane? Can we pick a lane? I mean, just like, what do I do with that? Okay, but here's okay, but I like, so that's a really good point, right? And here's the thing about it, right? I feel like often those with neurodivergence, it can be very easy to get hostile at one's own mind. I want you to, I like Chariot, I want you to recognize that everything we have is a gift, right? And your ability to resolve and heal in the context of the fact that every part of you is beautiful, including that, is how you begin to work through it, right? Like, there's some inner child healing there, and I'm sending you support on that journey. Yes, Bridget, my precious. I looked at now it's more. I mean, deleted. I don't feel like, I don't understand anything you're saying. You're posting non sequiturs, and I just need to stress again, for those who are posting non sequiturs, we've got a very firm rule about not posting non sequiturs in the chat space, which means that I would encourage you to look at the code of conduct that is pinned to my profile that says you're allowed to communicate so long as you're creating full thought forms in the chat space. But the non sequiturs aren't helpful, and it's often indicative of the fact that you're energetically projecting something here. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Real. Oh man, it's been a day. But again, I told you, like, we can kind of expect this type of energy because I said this new moon is going to feel kind of eclipsy. That's what I was talking about. Yeah, you've got it, Chariot. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference. There's a different conversation between having a conversation with someone that wants to learn versus someone who's afraid you're right. You know, very, very different conversation. Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome, dear. And again, thank you guys for supporting each other and sending you so much support on that journey, Desire. And thank you for having that reading with me. Kizan, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Kath. I got you, dear. We've got one more. I got you on the list. We've got 2 more spots available today before the list is closed. And New Road, thank you for the follow. All right, let's continue right now. Next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, I've already got one of your cards out. What's going on? What is this? What's happening, Per? What's going on? What is this? All right. And guys, before we continue right now, just a reminder, if anybody would like to get on the list, we read for here: life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love reading, pet reading, animal, spirit guide reading, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. What's going on? What's going on with your ear? Okay. All right. 1 minute. What have you been listening to? And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes. Oh, your ears are ringing. Thank you. I was like, yeah, man. What's going on? Like, what's happening here? All right. If you guys have information that's relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Anna, if you want to get a reading, all you need to do is send the donation. It's 3 cards for $29 or more for non-subscribers. I've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Got it. Well, we haven't had any dream readings yet. That's why there hasn't been any coconut. If you guys want coconuts, give me a dream reading give me a dream to interpret. No coconut for you. All right, 1 moment, please. Oh, I love that book. I mean, I'm not going to get distracted here. Okay. All right. So is this inside tea or outside tea purr? And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Waiting for a wild dream to pop. Outside, I got you, dear. All right. 10. Oh, I'm sorry. So I've got the animal oracle card here. I'm going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Purr here. Guys, make sure to give Purr some love. I have a bit of an unusual question. I've often heard various things from my angelic guides, and I'm actually very curious about ancestral energy. From what I've understood through other people's readings, they can be quite outspoken, and I'm really curious to hear what they might have to say. The bolder, the better. If this isn't a suitable topic for a reading, we could swap to a Akashic. I'm sorry, I'm just laughing in terms of being like, we can swap to a Akashic. Like, oh, it's fine. We'll just, you know, sorry. We're doing an ancestral read. Can I please get this? Okay. Can I get 4 cards, please? All right. Excellent. 2 more. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay, how do I explain this? So the thing you have to identify, and I want to, I need to explain that, gosh, it's so complicated how I get to start. So when we think about our energy, there is energy that we travel with, okay? And the energy that we effectively travel with is what we can often identify as our ancestral lineage to a certain extent. And so the energy that we travel with is the ancestral lineage. And the space that we often see in ancestral lineage has to do with the observation of being able to identify and recognize the full shape of that lineage. And that's often why you'll notice that when I'm reading for ancestral energy has a tendency of being of having a lot of priority towards legacy. Okay? Which is legacy. Legacy is the quality and condition of understanding. The legacy is the energetic, like the long story, as it were, right? When like the basically, like when you think, often when I read towards ancestral energy, they see the self as a chapter in the novel of the legacy, the ancestral legacy. And so that's why we often see that there's a conversation that is often, like, remember when I've said that moments by which another person is like throwing like getting very upset. Like I read for ancestral energy that's very upset about things that are happening, because often ancestral energy is 9 times out of 10 upset when somebody's doing something in the tangible space that is deleterious to legacy, right? Like the space by which another person feels the deleteriousness to legacy, which is sometimes, it can be complicated, right? And this is often why I articulate that I've done readings for individuals where I'll read for them what I'm seeing in the reading, and then I'll bring up an ancestral energy that may say something very counter-oppositional to something that I said, because it's often working through, much like I like to point out, much like you might have a happy, harmonized familial life in the terrestrial, you might have some volatility happening in the spiritual related to that, particularly and especially as it relates to the quality and condition of what that energetic legacy is. Now, there's something very interesting. I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're potentially recognizing that there's a little bit, because here's the thing about it, I know that you're very good at reading yourself, and I wouldn't be surprised right now if you've noticed a little bit of a blank space as it relates to ancestral energy. And the reason that I'm seeing that has to do with the shape of you being here to try to heal a connection to counterpart. Because, and I want to point this out, the best way I can describe the fact that you're potentially identifying the blank space where it comes to the ancestral energy is I have to once again return to you to the state or nature by which there was a karmic wound that formed. And I'm going to say again, what was the nature of a karmic wound that formed between you and counterpart? Somebody trying to defend your name. Someone trying to defend your name. So when that karmic wound occurred, it also created a wound in your ancestral. Because I see the fact that ever since that experience, remember when I said you couldn't get far enough away from it? there was something that you were energetically within that you felt that you wanted to step away from, and the space by which you said, right? Like that you articulated, that you did not want to have a name that see, I'm trying to say a name that required, I was trying to say a name that required defending, but I kept on hearing, as I was trying to say it, the word that came through was a name that defiled defending, because I see the space by which you used to, remember I said, others kept coming towards you, celebrating in you and honoring you for something that another person did in your name. And you keep on, and you going through your experience saying, I don't want anything to do with that. In fact, I wish like I see you having said to somebody, I wish that I was not connected, because I feel like you were saying to somebody, another person, it felt like somebody who was trying to prove to you like their own worthiness in the space by which they were honoring. I keep honoring not just the fact that they were doing something for you, but honoring your name and the name of your family in the process, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Remember when I said, like, as you work through, right? Remember how you had that dream space and you said, like, what do I need to do to understand and get clarity in that area? And the answer that came through was shadow work. This is the shadow work that potentially comes up. It's having to get into all of the unresolved issues that potentially happened in I keep hearing the complicated nature by which you left a past life, where it's not just the fact. I feel like there was something about you having, right? You having some kind of volatile relationship to, like that volatile relationship, not only to what you went through, but the space and the power of your name that required someone to take such, and I keep remembering, to take such a noble step towards it, right? That in the context of you kind of uncovering and building into it, one of the things that you'll probably recognize is you start connecting back to your ancestral again, because that's you effectively reclaiming, like that's you reclaiming your energetic name in relationality to being able to understand the context by which you literally, I almost feel like you moved into, like, it's not just the fact that you returned, but you moved into a new ancestral lineage in this energetic, in this current, like in this current space, specifically and particularly because, like, I keep on seeing, like, even being in connection to any of that energy felt like it was too closely associated to that wound, is what I keep on getting, right? It's like, it's giving me like guilty by association, right? Like it's giving, like it's like, it's guilty. It's saying to me, it's guilty by association, because I feel like it was something about you having an argumentation about energy around you that also felt like what somebody did was best. And you basically saying, like, you're not helping, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you. And that's why, like, again, we'll get into it more, but it feels like that's where a lot of those, like, those conscientious moments are coming through. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Pura. And if this message connected to as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps. Pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here. Life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love reading, pet reading, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is relevant or necessary for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And thank you, Annie, for the follow. Hi, Tina. Hi, Ernest. Oh, look at that. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. I love him. All right, where were we? Something light. Yes, something outspoken. Lovely tendency. I'm going to need that one spelled. Yeah, deleterious. Hi there. Yeah, you did. I feel like I see, it feels to me like you're new. Like you're new in the energy that you're currently surrounded by. Absolutely. To purchase a reading, Tina, all you do is send the donation via my tree that is Binksonnet in my bio. Hi there, Dua. Thank you for those gifts. Deleterious means something that takes away, right? Like something that is slowly deleting or something that is eroding. Yeah, like delete. I always like this. So I study Latin, and my favorite thing about Latin is like the word for going away is delete, which is like, yes, they deleted. Nothing is new. Okay. All right. A new word unlocked. Yep. All right, where are we? All right, the next person we're reading for right now is Victoria. Victoria, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there, dear. Okay, and if Chariot, if you could just please give me, um, the second, just the initial, the last initial of the name that you sent the donation through. That's just what we do to confirm when the names don't match up. I don't need your full app. Thank you. That's all I need. Perfect. Okay, great. If you could let me know if we're doing, oh, looks like we're doing highest priority. Excellent. And while we before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. Before we continue, though, I do want to pause because we are about to end our time over on the place where we keep the photos. So if you're joining us there today, thank you so much for spending your afternoon with us. If you would like to book a private reading, you can do so on my site. If you would like to continue to follow the live stream, you can join us over on the place where we keep the videos or over on the Clock app. You can also find the full podcast, should be up over on the stack. I would also invite you to join us at our tarot class, which is happening next Friday at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. You still have time to join that if you'd like to join. That said, if you would like to, make sure that you give me a follow because I'd like to be able to offer memberships there, and we need to get to 10,000 in order to do so. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves and please take care of each other, and I'll see you tomorrow over on the place where we keep the photos. All right, let's continue right now. Counting back from 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hind. We'll do it again after the next reading. I'm totally using delete when meditating for those who need it. Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to pin up Chariot here. Guys, make sure to give Chariot some love. All right. 3 cards, please. 3 cards. Highest priority messages. Okay. Oh, like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, this feels like, here's the thing about it. And thank you for getting when you give somebody ample opportunity, like here's the I gotta stress this, and here's the thing about it. I feel like I see you making the best out of a bad situation. And when another person, and it feels to me like somebody vastly somebody vastly misperceived the type of person that you are. Because and I want to describe this. Um, you know, like bitter energy, bitter energy is always looking for things to war against. Right? Like there is misery. Like that's the thing about, like, when we talk about the fact that we identify that misery loves company, like the reason we identify that misery loves company, the song that Misery literally sings is usually fight me. Fight me so I don't have to fight me so I don't have to fight myself. Right? Fight me because I fight myself every day, and it's a relief, to find such a relief to have somebody around me that I can project all of that self-hate on. You know? Like that's the painful part of it. It's the fact that we can have complete empathy. But the hard part is the difference between someone healing and wanting to relive a trauma that they claim that they hate, but yet they're trying to perpetuate every single day. You can't say that you hate something and then look for another person to relive it through, right? Because this is the danger of carrying trauma with us. Because, and even in the space by which I tried to say with us, I got with this. Because it's the space by which another person says, I wish that went a different way. And I don't want to let go of it, and I haven't healed up from it. So I don't want to live with you. I want to replay with you. Right? I want to replay that experience. And again. And again. Right? It's being caught. It's being caught in another person's rerun of the trauma that they haven't completely healed from. And so I feel like there's something about that. And often, and here's the thing about it, often when you see somebody in that modality, I care about you, but I refuse to do that, can often be the grandest act of love that we give to another person, right? Because it's the space by which we say, I care enough, I care too much about you. I care too much about you to want to see you dwelling in your sorrow. I care too much about you to see you dwelling in your sorrow. And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that we say to another person, I don't care about you. It can often be the space by which we say, I care about you too much to see you doing that. And it's the hardest thing, because often the way you'll usually tell that that's happening is somebody making, right? Somebody making ridiculous, wild claims, right? The misperception of another person that tries to put words in our mouth, right? The projection comes in many forms, and the space by which another person tries to put words in our mouth is the full breadth of their projection, because it's the modality by which you say, I never said that. And another person being like, well, that's what I heard, and being like, did you hear that because you were listening? Or did you hear that because you're still caught? You're still caught replaying that trauma, so that anytime you feel threatened, that's all you hear, right? And our trauma roars. The thing about trauma is our trauma roars. And the space by which we feel that it's energetically happening again is the space by which we articulate and identify the fact that we're energetically triggered. So if you're ever worried, okay, if you're ever worried as to whether, and I feel like I see a situation by which you like, and here's the thing about it, like the trauma loves, like the thing is, trauma loves, like when I feel like I see you and another person having very similar wounds, which is the space by which you understand the experience by which you've lived through something profoundly. But the hard part is when somebody carries similar wounds to us, we have to be very careful, because just as things are good, they can turn bad in an instant. Because if they get triggered the same way that you get triggered, nobody's bringing a palliative moment into a bad experience. Nobody's doing the healing thing. You're just going to perpetuate the hurt onto each other. So I feel like there's something very important to recognize and identify the best way. And I keep on hearing this. I'm too triggered to have this this conversation is triggering me, is a full sentence. Because, and I want to stress this conversation is triggering me, says to another person, we need to proceed cautiously because I'm so emotional in this moment. I'm not answering rationally. Okay? Like that's literally what it means when we say to another person, I'm feeling very triggered right now. Because the space by which we say, I'm feeling very triggered right now says, I cannot be held responsible for what I say, because what I'm saying might not be logical, but it is my defense mechanism rising to the surface. And the space about it is when another person articulates that they're too triggered to have a conversation, it doesn't mean that you have to let the conversation go. That what you have to do is say, what can we do, right? It doesn't mean that you can't talk about something. You say, what can we do? Like, what environment do we need to create by which it's safe to talk about something, right? And I think that's the important thing, because I just keep on hearing, I'm triggered is not the ending of a conversation. It's similar to saying to someone, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, right? The question that one needs to have when you say I'm triggered is saying, what do you need? What do you need to have this conversation so that you won't be? And that's not to say bottom of the deck. Sometimes we need time. Sometimes we need time. And sometimes, and this is to say, it's not always the healthiest thing to talk about everything at every moment. Because if we're not in the space, like if something is too triggering for us to talk about, then we better be sure that we're in a very stable space in order to energetically unpack something. So it's not, if something, and the most important thing, and the best way you can usually tell the difference between someone that's truly healing versus someone who's utilizing healing terminology to avoid conversations, is the space by which another person tries to use a trigger. A trigger doesn't throw something out the window, which is a space by which you say, we can never talk about that because I'm forever triggered, which means we never have to talk about that. Isn't that easy? I can just say at any moment, nope, too triggered, can't talk about that. Nope, it's triggering. No. The difference, the way you can tell someone heals is the difference between someone that says, I'm not ready to have that conversation, which is the healthiest thing that one can say. I'm not ready to have that conversation versus I won't. Right? When nothing is off the table when we're working on healing. Don't let somebody claim that they don't want to have a conversation because they're triggered. Because when we are triggered, our job is not to condone triggers if they feel like they're unreasonable. Our job is to recognize that we're working to the only place by which a trigger should exist is firmly beside a standard, right? So if it triggers by a standard, then that's the only trigger that we hold on to, because we're supposed to have triggers next to standards. But the modality by which we try to say that something about on our past is off limits to talk about because it's too triggering is not healthy. It's not healthy, because that does not allow us to be able to understand the full breadth of what it is. You can't navigate in a healthy space when you're like, okay, there's a whole past you don't know about that might trigger me, and you never know when you might accidentally land on it, right? So if somebody says they don't want to talk about something because it's too triggering, the only conversation you should have is, when would be a good time to return back to this? When would you feel more energetically supportive? Not the space by which another person says never. Healthy energy nevers a conversation. I feel like that's your message. I feel like I have to write that down for you. Hold on. All right, this is your book. Healthy energy nevers a conversation unless it's connected to a standard, right? And the only way it's connected to a standard is if we can explain rationally and reasonably why. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one spot left today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 64K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Lil Easy, thank you for reposting. What is a high? I feel like I need to, yeah, hold on a minute. I feel like I need to make, that's what I need to do. I feel like I need to make a TikTok explaining what I do. Where's my book? Hold on. Yep, hold on a minute. Oh, that's funny. Where is it? I'll find it later. Yep, okay, where are we? Oh my God, and that guy being weird was named, oh, they were named deleted. Yeah. And Julia, thank you for getting on the list. The list is now closed. If you want to get on the list today, you'll have priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Yeah, talk about mirrors. Very true. I can see, but it feels like a positive tower. You know? They always have. Yeah. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, I've got you on the list, dear. No worries, Nicole. Hopefully it's better tomorrow. Or even me sometimes. It's better now. Oh, I'm so sad to hear that, Nicole. Again, if you send me screen cap, make sure that you're reporting, make sure that you're putting a report in about the quality of the live, because that might be able to help them figure out what's going on there. Yeah, she only has, yep, thank you for the help. And Miranda, good to see you today. Love-hate relationship with every card. They're in the same relationship. I feel like, here's the thing about it. Like, I see you another person. Like, once one person starts, right? Yeah. Yeah, well said, Nikki. Leo Sun, Taurus rising. I solve things with my food love language. I love that. Yep. So Taurus, I mean, I feel like Leos do too. Like that's the thing about it. You get a Taurus and Leo together, they're probably out eating somewhere. Thank you for encouraging everyone to get us to 100K, Nicole. I appreciate you. Yep. No need to apologize, dear. I'll read the list for those who are waiting. Okay. Well, if you want to secure a spot today, Nicole, you can make sure you have priority tomorrow. Yeah, I'm a Leo Taurus. You take yourself out. I'm sure it's Epicurean energy. All right. We're going to continue right now. Okay, one moment. Well, it's interesting because like the thing I like to point out with this deck is that the hind that we see that is depicted in this oracle deck is a very unique hind, right? Because it's a white hind. So it's got a little bit of a unique meaning in relationality to it, just not, it's not just representative. It's not just representative of the quality that we would often give to the like there's a little bit of an extra, there's like an extra layer of meaning there, if that makes sense. Okay. Just got adoptions happening in the chat. It's fine. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Kathleen. For anybody who's waiting for your one card personal, if you are a super fan or a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, we've got 3 more readings today before we do the one card, so we'll be starting those in about 30 minutes. Hi, Kath. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. For anybody who would like a free one card reading, now's a great time to become a super fan because your super fan status will entitle you to that one card. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Why don't I have a poker face? Like so Leo's like, it's Leo's down. Leo's have no poker face, you know? It's like I love it. They're like, you rang. All right, where are we? I've got you. A Ruby. Oh, hold on. Yeah, one card for Ruby. Wow. Ruby, what's your question, dear? Mm-hmm. I mean, the thing about it is like, I feel like there's something really important about working through an experience or circumstance where like it says to me, something that's reasonable requires a full conversation. Yeah, especially with Ace of Cups. You know, make sure. I keep on getting the observation of like the ability or the ability to work through something and explain the fact that you're navigating an exceptional circumstance is, I keep on getting like the state or space by which you say to another, yeah, like you're not like, if you need something exceptional, make sure that you're not telling like it's like, I know it's gonna sound like weird, but if you need something exceptional, like make sure that you're not telling everybody about it, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide, especially with the water dragon, because I feel like, you know, it says to me like the difference between somebody, like the difference between someone trying to do something helpful or beneficial to you versus the anxiety of someone fearing that something's going to come back to them is what I keep on seeing. There's something about that that feels like it's important there. Absolutely. Oh, it doesn't have a name, dear. Yep. I'm glad that you find it soothing, though, Ivana. All right, we're going to continue right now. Kath, I got you, dear. I also have no poker face. No poker face club. I got you, Kath. Highest priority or guidance when dealing with this past person who seems lingering. I have to bring you into the recognition that you might have just been the most healed person that this individual ever met. And the way I want to describe this is because I wouldn't be surprised if there was some quality about the way this person spoke to you by which you had to say to them, I don't navigate people speaking to me like that. You know? Like the space by which we say to another person, like the space by which we say to another person, like I don't, like that is not that is not how one works or resolves through things. Us being energetically aghast, like the word that's coming through, like the word that's coming through is aghast. Okay? And the reason the word aghast is coming through is understanding that we can have empathy for the fact that another person has normalized, right? We can have empathy for the fact that someone has normalized something, that they think that we're being unreasonable, and the fact that we won't navigate it. But that doesn't, but the fact by which, right, again, if they're acting aghastly and they're trying to articulate that you're being unreasonable in your response, then that is literally the recognition of the fact that you have very different standards as it relates to how we comport ourselves in partnership. And here's the thing about it. How we comport ourselves is deeply connected to how we feel about ourselves. And the thing I keep on seeing is if it feels like someone continues to come towards you and the only message that they're saying is be reasonable, then I want you to understand that what they're really saying is lower your bar. Right? Because if they were treating you ghastly, if they were treating you in a ghastly fashion, and you walked away, and now they're continuing to come back towards you, and the only message you're receiving is be reasonable, I want you to understand that be reasonable translates to lower the bar. Because that is not indicative of someone that is respecting the fact that the way that they treated you was ghastly. That is someone that's trying to say to you, come back and tolerate this because you don't have enough tolerance for it. That is not the space by which you want to occupy. And I can see how difficult it is, because I wouldn't be surprised if that energy is potentially coming back towards you again and again and again, broadcasting the message, be reasonable. But I want you to understand, be reasonable translates to lower the bar, right? Be reasonable translates to be reasonable is not an apology, right? Be reasonable is not the admission of the fact that they were treating you poorly. Be reasonable is them literally standing exactly where they were at the time by which you ended something and trying to demand that you come back into the space by which you effectively tolerate it. And the hard part about it is I wouldn't be surprised with energy like this if they continue to linger, right? Some energy would rather spend a lifetime lingering. Some energy would rather spend a lifetime lingering again, especially at the door of someone with a standard, rather than button up their shirt, rather than doing the work, rather than putting in the effort. Because that modality, right, and especially what you often recognize with energy like that, there's that person, right? There's that person that claims that they're perfect and they don't understand why they're not with anyone, and everyone else goes, well, that's why. Look at all that pride, right? There's all that pride that's existing there that gets in the way of being able to get anywhere. Because being in a relationship is about holding each other with mutual pride. And when you have mutual pride for each other, you don't put each other through things. When you have mutual pride for each other, you don't put each other through things. And I feel like I see somebody who's caught in some kind of trauma trap. I see somebody here, right? And again, you'll know somebody's caught in a trauma trap when they sing the song of "This always happens, you're just like the rest of them." Really? Really? Just like the rest of what? Would you like to, and when somebody says you're just like the rest of them, then you go, aha, can you please elaborate? Right? There it is, right? There it is. Who's them? Right? Who's them? You're just like the rest of them. Who's them? Right? And you'll often notice this when somebody says, when someone doesn't want to talk about their past, when someone doesn't want to talk about their past and they talk about the fact that they've had a bunch of bad relationships, and then they say you're just like the rest of them, and then you say, can you please elaborate on what occurred? And they say, I'd rather not. There's the trauma trap, right? There's the trauma trap. There's the self-fulfilling prophecy. There is before you the self-fulfilling prophecy of someone that's convinced themselves that they're a good catch, right? Someone who's convinced themselves that they're a good catch. But in the space by which whenever something goes badly in the relationship, they threaten, right? They threaten to remove themselves from it instead of doing the work to get through it, right? Like somebody, I wouldn't be surprised if this person has a little bit of like privilege in relationality to their looks, because I gotta point out, I often see energy like this. When I read for energy like this, it usually starts with somebody who like has a little bit of that Venus placement, right? I keep on seeing like beauty does not resolve cruelty, right? Like and I keep on hearing, or even not even like impressiveness. You know what I mean? It's not even just beauty I'm seeing here. It's like somebody who tries to articulate the fact that saying like, I'm too, like somebody who says I'm too impressive for this, being like, well, then go find someone who's impressed by it, right? Because bottom of the deck, yeah, right? It's like, if that's the case, then go forth, right? And that's the hard part about it. When somebody, and here's the thing about it, this is why you can't heal things with ultimatums, because energy that says, you know, like energy that says, if you do this, I'll go away, right? If you do this, if you don't, I keep wondering, energy that says, if you don't behave, I'll go away. Then when they meet somebody that values themselves, then the other person walks away. And another person says, what are you doing? And being like, I'm giving you exactly what you asked for, is what I see, right? You were literally the healthiest person that they've ever met. And in the space by which they did that, right, the same thing that would have worked, I keep wondering, the same thing that would have worked to perpetuate an unhealthy relationship is what ended what would have been the best relationship for them. And if they can't take accountability for it, the fact that what they did to you was deplorable, then they're still not ready to be in one. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You also have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 67.4K likes. When we get to 100K over on the place where we keep the video, over on the clock app, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits that we've described for those who have a subscription. That also includes a free one-card reading for those who are members and super fans. We have 2 more readings today before we have the one card, so in about 20 minutes. The next person on the list for today, I'll read the list, is Christina and Julia. Just bear with me a moment. And Milingoni, thank you for the follow. And Chicken Rice, thank you for becoming the 106th fan in my fan club. I appreciate you. Absolutely. Chicken Rice, you can find all the donation payment methods in the tree that has Binks in it, my Lio, but the list is closed today. We're going to get started on 1-card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a super fan, or if you send donation today, you'll have first priority tomorrow, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. My Virgo moon refuses to not let me have RBF and poker face. I appreciate that, Nicole. And thank you for the follow, Chicken Rice. I know he's having issues with his relationship, but I don't want to get involved in his problems. Absolutely. Oh gosh, last time they said, let's keep the door open, and you didn't reply, and you were like, no, thank you. Because I keep on saying, you said, like, I feel like you keep on saying in a million ways, no, thank you. And if that energy, if you keep on saying to someone, no, thank you, and they persist, all they're showing you is the fact that they have boundary issues. No, thank you is a complete sentence. And you don't have, and here's the thing about it, if you've already articulated that to them, you don't need to repeat yourself. Absolutely. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Again, it feels to me like someone who isn't energetically respective of you. You know, like I keep on saying, you're seeing a lot of that. You're seeing a lot of that, that energetic, like you're seeing the space by which another person isn't being respected in terms of not being able to do what you've clearly asked them to do. I mean, it feels like, again, if you've articulated what it is that you feel and they're continuing, that's somebody trying to wear you down. Yeah, he told you that most of their coworkers like their looks. Thank you. Yeah, like, so what? Yeah, absolutely. And sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Julia. It's okay, dear. We've got Christina's next, and then you. And Christina, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question. Cece, thank you for the follow. Here's the thing about it. I like a Virgo moon. A Virgo moon is really beautiful because the thing about it is, like, I feel like those with Virgo moons, it's exquisite energy. Like you have a taste for like Virgo moons have like a taste for the finer things, is the best way I like to describe it. Like, it's like a Virgo moon is like, you probably do well with like an Aquarius moon, which is understanding like the quality, understanding the quality of a it's understanding the quality of a very unique experience. Hi there, Amira. I got you, Christina. Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. And thank you for the follow, Amira. Pinning up Tina here. Guys, make sure to give them some love. 3 cards, please. Oh. I feel like there's something really important. I feel like there's something really important I see that you're doing right now. in relationality to the best way I can describe what I'm seeing is I keep on seeing we help each other. I keep on hearing the thing I keep hearing is legs up, not feet up. Leg up, not feet up. And I think it's interesting because I feel like to a certain extent it's requiring you to have to strike a very specific chord with someone. And what I keep on seeing in terms of legs, like leg up, not feet up, not feet up, is how do I describe this? Hold on, I gotta get you a book. One second, let me just write this down for you. Yeah, so the reason I'm seeing leg up, not feet up, is understanding the quality and condition by which you say to another person, I'm willing and ready to help you out, but not in the space by which I'm doing it entirely for you. Right? The modality by which we say to another, right? The space by which we say to another that when we're helping, the word help means the quality and condition by which something is temporary. You know? And I like to point this out. Leg up, not feet up, can often make or break a relationship. Because leg up, not feet up means that doing something to give someone the best advantage possible, right? Like that's what we mean by giving someone a leg up, right? We help somebody out in the space by which we try to effectively, energetically, like help to raise something. But it does not, when another person is respective of that, it doesn't become a persistent demand, right? It doesn't become a persistent demand. It's the space by which when you're trying to give someone a leg up, it should not create a feet up, which is the space by which another person is like, oh, I don't have to worry about that anymore because this person is energetically doing it for me, right? So I feel like that is why I feel like something that you're doing right now, you have to be like a little, I keep hearing, you have to be a little bit conscientious about in terms of articulating to another like what it is that you can do, but also not just what it is that you can't, like what is it you can do, but what it is like, and I keep on getting this, it's not you being rude if you have other priorities that you need to attend to. Okay? And I think that that's important too. It's not being rude if you have other priorities that need attending, is what I keep on seeing. But you'll often, and I like to point this out, like, you know, and this is often, and I like to point out, I don't like seeing energy like this, because energy like this often is the space by which another person becomes disinclined to want to help another individual, right? Because the disinclination, right, the disinclination of understanding and recognizing that when we are doing good for each other, the only sound we should have is gratitude, not persistent expectation, right? That when we're doing good for each other, the only sound we should hear, when we're doing good for each other, the only sound we should hear is thank you. And I feel like, and I think that that's, I need, and I feel like anything beyond that is the observation of understanding that you can't navigate another person's rudeness. But I keep on getting, it's incredibly crude behavior. It's incredibly crude, it's incredibly crude behavior to be in a situation by which you articulate and say to another, this is how I can help you. And another person instead, right, instead of being appreciative of that, sees if they can lean upon it further, right? Sees if they can lean upon it further. And so it's okay for you to articulate and say to another person, this is the limitation. Because the limitation, and I keep on getting, if you are already putting yourself out to do something for another, and another person leans on you further, rather than coming into the space of building into the quality by which they're energetically appreciative of it, that tells you everything you need to know, right? I keep on seeing, is that person, like, and often it changes the shape of what's happening, because I keep on hearing, is that person in a lurch? Or is that person in a lurch because others have had to steer clear of them? And I know that's painful, right? Because that's the thing that we see, right? The observation, right? The observation and the understanding. The observation and the understanding that when we are working through energetic observation, the identification point of being able to identify and recognize is not the space by which we feel that we're energetically demanding upon each other's time or each other's energetic attention. So I feel like there's something important there about you. Like I feel like I see, especially because I see you working on something. I see you kind of firing on all cylinders right now. You know, I see you like doing a lot of different work in different places and spaces. So be attentive of that. I keep on hearing, don't like your boundaries look good on you. Your boundaries look good on you. And the thing that I also want to identify that I think is important is we learn a lot about the energy around us in the space by which we learn to say no to things. And here's the thing about it. You can say no to something. And in the space by which you say no, the observation of another person respecting, right? Like if you say no because you're literally at capacity, and another person chooses to take that personally, well then congratulations. You just found energy that is taking advantage of you. If you say no because you're at capacity, and another person takes that personally with no empathy, congratulations. You just found the energy in your life that likes to take advantage. Because the observation, especially if you are, especially in the context of you trying to give yourself a little bit of rest, you also deserve rest. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and I like to point out, selfish energy 9 times out of 10 calls itself out in the space by which they themselves call others selfish. Right? You can't say someone is selfish unless you say, what were you expecting from them? Right? So make sure that you're having you're being selfish is not a full sentence. If somebody uses the word selfish around you, you have to say, can you please clarify on what you were expecting of them? And if that person pauses, right? If that person is just going around going selfish, 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 and you go, can you please elaborate? Can you please elaborate on what you are asking of them? And they don't immediately answer, then you have identified the source of the selfish, because selfish always announces itself by calling others what it is, right? It is the fullest, the fullest projection. So make sure that especially if someone's throwing that at you, right? Make sure that they're articulating, like say, can you please elaborate on what you are expecting? Because often the space by selfish is very convenient, right? Because it makes somebody feel bad for not giving more without explaining what feels reasonable to expect in the first place. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. We're going to get started on 1-card readings for super fans and for paid members on the place where we keep the videos and after the next reading. So if you are interested in having and receiving a free 1-card read, you just need to go ahead and become a super fan. So hit that orange icon at the bottom of the screen. If you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, your paid membership status entitles you to a 1-card reading as well. Kim, the list is closed today for full readings. And I would ask you, it is to please refer to our code of conduct that's pinned in my profile. It's not allowed to be able to, you don't get questions here answered by repeating the same statement over and over again, and it's not respective to those who are trying to utilize the chat space to communicate. So I would ask you to please refrain from posting the question again. Thank you for respecting the chat. Hi, Julia. Good to see you. Okay. And just reading back over on the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Thank you, Cece, for the follow. Hi there from Jamaica. Whoop. Oh, how are you? I appreciate that. I love Jamaica. It's beautiful there. I was very lucky to have an opportunity to visit. And thank you. Thank you, Lifestyle, for the follow. Stay grounded, maybe. I feel like I'm going through a spiritual awakening. And I think to a certain extent you are. But I feel like some of that awakening is recognizing and identifying what, like sometimes, like to point out, sometimes awakening processes are awakening to energy taking advantage of us, right? Like I feel like if all you're doing is being more compassionate to yourself and you're awakening, congratulations. Yes, I feel that. How you doing today, Nana? I've been working on myself in a big way. That's wonderful. Continue to do that work. Looks good on you. Fabia, welcome. Ciao. I'm navigating a new chapter. Oh, my dear. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. And again, like I said, I feel like it's important, like you taking the time to be compassionate for yourself right now. Like that's what I keep on saying now more than ever. Like others being respectful of what it is that you need, not asking more of you. Thank you as well. I live the way you say that. Thank you so much, Tina. I hope that helped, and thank you for having this reading with me and sending you support on your journey. Excellent. Oh, hold on. Wait, well, for 1-cards aren't yet. We've got one more reading today before we get into 1-cards, friends. You're so welcome. All right, Julia. I know. I'm here. You're welcome, dear. And if you come back again, you have a book now. So I'll be putting information in the book there for you as well. It's okay, Melissa. Julia, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Got it. It's in the disco. Okay, and just a reminder for anyone who's joined, become a super fan. If you're not already a member of the disco, you can message me a disco GIF and I'll send you an invite to the disco. There you can say hello to everybody, and you'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code for our next tarot class subscription program, which is going to be on next Friday at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be studying the court cards in the Pentacle suit. Ooh, we got part of a dream reading. Finally, got a dream coming through today. Took a minute. Is the dream inside T or outside T? Small portion of a dream. Okay. You know, it's really hard for me to do a dream reading. I got to point out, it's really hard for me to do a dream reading and split it, but we'll see what comes through. Okay? And thank you, stranger, for the follow. And you guys know what we do here. You know what it is what we do when we've got a dream coming through. We bust out the dream coconut. All right, what do we got here? Okay. All right. Before we continue with this dream, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. We'll do it again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Guys, I've pinned up Julia here. Make sure to give Julia some love. Okay. Part of a dream. I had a dream that I was waiting to watch a game and I was sitting next to a famous person's reserved seat. They came out dancing down the entrance right towards me. They started dancing with me and picked me up and flung me in the air. I was almost flying and spinning like on Dirty Dancing. And I thought in my head, wow, he's really strong, because I perceived myself as heavy. The moment I thought that their arms extended even longer and stronger. And when I was just in the moment, I felt like I was floating, dancing and flying. It felt like we were old friends. Can I please have 4 cards? And 2 more, please. So the dream is a guide dream. and one of the reasons, and the thing I keep on seeing, in terms, it's a collective ancestral. Okay? And what we're effectively identifying in relationality to a collective ancestral is, and I feel like we've kind of talked about this before, in relationality to some of the work that I see that you've been currently doing, is working through the observation and the understanding of what it feels like to be doing something, what it feels like to be able to do something that is very, very difficult to do, but that others take for energetic granted, in relationality to the feeling that they themselves could do it as well. Now, the understanding, the observation and the understanding of potentially working through something, and the reason that we see that a lot of that work that is being potentially identified or recognized there has to do with being able to understand what it means to do something fluidly, right? And they particularly have a quality or situation by which it almost feels, right? The space by which it feels like one is effectively dancing on air. But the thing you have to understand is the quality and the ability to do something fluidly takes a remarkable amount of work, right? It's not it's not something, it looks, right? It looks very easy, but in the modality by which you do it, it's the understanding of how much strength it energetically takes to do something that feels effortless. And that is potentially what we see is happening in the quality of the dream. And one is the fact that we see that there are no words passing between you and that figure, right? The modality by which there's almost no communication that's necessary, because the modality by which they lifted you and held you aloft was the understanding of how much strength it takes to create that sense of energetic fluidity. So everybody else that's potentially seeing something sees something that looks like, oh, I could do that. But they don't understand the quality of work, right? They don't understand the quality of work and determination that it takes, and it's an so it's funny too, because I was trying to say, it's really great because I was trying to say determination, and the word that was coming out was dirt. Did you hear the dirt? So the dirt that's involved in the dance, right? It's not that, it's the dirt that's involved in the dance, which is the work, like the work that we apply to something, right? The work that we do below, right? The work that we do energetically below that allows us to be able to do something profound and beautiful above, right? It's the work that we do on understanding ourselves and that quality in space that allow us to basically do something in a way that becomes even better than the space by which we energetically find it in. And the modality by which you said that at that moment you felt that their arms were extending even longer and stronger is an observation. It's the continuation. What you're basically seeing in this dream is a healthy tree, right? Because it's the observation of understanding that when a tree is healthy, the roots go deep, right? So when the tree is healthy and the roots go deep, what happens? The arms of the tree get long, because you can't, right? You can't effectively do work, right? You can't do the work to be able to go to do something high if you're not able to also feel energetically grounded in it. So the modality by which you identified that, you said for a moment it felt like you were floating and flying, and it felt like you were old friends. That's potentially the modality by which a guide, right? It's the guide that's potentially saying that they recognize, right? This is a guide representing themselves through that energetic figure, identifying the fact that they recognize the work that it takes, right? They recognize and understand all that work you've been doing in relationality to experiencing like the heavy work of the self that's allowing you to do something in a way that's better than you ever have done it before. So it's in a way, it's the dream itself is giving you, right? It's the encouragement that's giving you energetic courage, because it's the space by which it says, don't be deterred by those who try to disregard what you're doing as invaluable or not important, because it's the space by which that those who do not recognize the valuation will often come into the space by which they don't truly understand you. So it's working into the space by which I see that you're doing something. Now, in relationality to your other question, I have to cut the dream reading short because I have to get to the other part of it. It says to me that this is you holding, like it feels to me like a space by which another person, like the guide itself, is trying to articulate to you in terms of being patient. Because I keep on seeing The one thing I see, I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're looking for an ideal partnership in relationality to something that you're doing from a workspace. And I keep on seeing that there's a dual meaning in this dream, because I keep on seeing that that's what an ideal partnership should feel like, right? That's what a sublime partnership should feel like. It's a situation and circumstance by which another person, right? It's the situation and circumstance by which another person works with you and holds you, right? Like holds you energetically aloft. And the space by which you feel their strength, right, is the space by which you yourself feel energetically supported to do something the best way you feel capable of. So it almost says to me like the dream itself is saying, don't sell yourself short, right? And it's funny, it's saying don't sell yourself short as it relates to a professional partnership, right? Don't sell yourself short in relationality to a professional partnership, because a professional partnership should feel like the way that dance felt. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, the King of Wands in its reversal, right? Not coming into some kind of space by which another person tries to articulate the fact that you should have gratitude that they're doing anything, right? Like making sure, I keep wondering, making sure another person doesn't try to say to you, oh, well, if you give me more, right? If you give me more, then you'll get more. Because I keep on seeing a truly professional relationship is the understanding that you are the investment. It's the understanding that you are the investment, not the space by which another person says that you, I keep wondering, not the space by which another person tries to articulate the fact that you need to give them something to do something that should help both of you, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for tomorrow and you'll have first priority, which means you'll also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Just reading over. And we're also at 69.2K likes for those who are joining us on the Clock app. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Oh, that's beautiful. Always happens when I dream of my counterpart, always dancing in a kitchen. You do. That's beautiful. Just bear with me a moment. And thank you, Keto, for the follow. Absolutely. Oh, you did too. I remember that purr. You're practicing the lift for hours. It was very cool. Oh, that's beautiful. And Elisa, thank you for the follow. This just made a light bulb go off for me. I'm so glad to hear that, Julia. That is such an integral detail. Yep, absolutely. 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 Just reading over. It's giving take yourself seriously. Exactly. It's been tough. I understand why now. I'm glad I held on. That is exactly when I felt when my counterpart started showing up in my dreams. That's beautiful, Bridget. Absolutely. I'm here for business relationships. It feels like advice from a guide in terms of what a healthy professional relationship should feel like. Mutually supportive. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. So as I mentioned, the list is closed for today, but if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll have first priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. So if you want to secure a prioritized spot for tomorrow, you can go ahead and send payment today. Just bear with me a moment. Excellent. In the meantime, we're going to get started on one-card readings for superfans and for paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. You're so welcome, Julia. Nicole, 2 cards, please. Ooh. 2 cards for Nicole at the exhibition, and ones in general. Enjoy it. Make sure you have time to just sit back and relax to a certain extent, you know? Like not moving into busy, busy, busy at every moment. In relationality to general, just be patient right now. Everything I keep on seeing, don't be reactive. If something's a good idea, now it'll be a good idea in 5 minutes. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Empress energy. I feel like with a lot of that Empress energy, I feel like I'm just identifying and recognizing circumstances or situations by which you're like allowing, I keep wondering, like allowing that sense of self-care to guide you by taking more loving approaches to things. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, we've got the salmon energy, right? Which says to me, I see you navigating situations and circumstances with a sense of, how do I describe this? It says to me like almost identifying not only what you're doing, but how well you do something. Like trusting your judgment is what I keep on getting. Thank you. Ivana, 1 card on meditation. One card related to meditation. It feels transverse. I feel like there's something about you connecting with a guide there. But a guide almost showing you, like a guide showing you their perspective on things. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, Ace of Wands, right? I feel like it's I feel like it's a guide trying to help you let go of some kind of overthinking. You know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like I feel like there's something about this, about you letting go, like you letting go of some kind of perception by which you think, like it only feels awkward to you. Like what one person, what feels awkward to us, another person sees as elegant. So recognize, like, I feel like this is you. I feel like this is you trusting their, like, it's almost like, it's funny because it's almost like a guide saying, if you were doing something wrong, I'd tell you, is what I keep on feeling. You know, like it's almost like the energy that's like, if there was something, like the guy's almost saying, like, if there's something wrong, I'd tell you. And they're trying to show you something that's sublime in the process. One moment, please. It's funny, Julia, 1 card, highest and best. I heard, I went to read for you and I immediately heard a cat. So it's giving me the King of Cups, which is like, the thing about it is I keep on seeing, like, when we're in a healthy space, we talk about our feelings. Like when we're in a healthy space, we talk about our feelings so that we don't have to apologize for them later. When we're in a healthy space, we talk about our feelings so that we don't have to apologize for them later, right? Because what happens is, like, and I want to point this out, every time Like every time we have to apologize for our feelings, it's the recognition of understanding that we put someone through something that was energetically unnecessary. And I keep on saying, you have a right, you have a right to feel frustrated or upset if another person keeps on apologizing for their feelings instead of doing the work to be able to heal them, right? Because a healthy feeling does not require a perpetual apology. I need a moment because as soon as I started reading that, the glare became massive. Hold on a minute. All right. All right, where were we? There we go. That's better. All right, where were we? Nicole, I got you, dear. 2 cards. Oh, you already did that part. Yeah. Ivana got you, dear. Hi there, Ivana. I had to put it first. I had to put it on first on it, but I thought I hadn't sent it through, so I posted it. I think I was reading the one I posted. Yeah, I got you. I haven't read yours yet, Ava. Ava, 1 card, please. 1 card for Ava. Healthy energy does not require us to have to do the heavy lifting and trying to figure out what another person meant by what they said. You know? Yeah, especially with this magician energy. None of this head scratching. I keep on hearing, let the confusion be the closure. If it feels like something weird was going on there, that's your closure, right? If something was happening by which you had a reasonable question and another person was not eager to answer it, then that's something that is your closure, right? The refusal, animal spirit guide, the refusal to directly answer a question, an inability of someone to directly answer a question is all of the closure that we need, is what I keep on getting. And the hard part about that is often like it can sometimes feel like frustrating because often energy that is not inclined to answer questions doesn't say that directly, right? Someone who's not inclined to answer questions will try to answer a question ubiquitously. Ella, one moment, please. You're welcome, Nicole. 1 card on energy around, oh, I don't know what that is. Hold on a minute. Got it. It feels like somebody thinking back on an argument that they had with you and realizing that they didn't take the time to realize what you were trying to say to them. You know? Yeah, it's like I feel like there's a situation by which you tried to help somebody and they took it personally. And somebody that's now reaching the maturation point when they're realizing, like the fact that I feel like take the time to realize, is somebody saying, make sure that you take the time to realize that taking the time to realize is the space of saying, take the time to realize what somebody puts on the line to tell us something that we feel like we need to hear that we know might interfere with a relationship, right? Like it feels like somebody who's going through a lot of energetic regret in terms of taking, I keep on hearing, in terms of taking something that you said for their benefit and turning it into something that they said that they now regret. Bridget, 1 card, highest priority, please. I feel like I see somebody, like it's giving me fresh start energy. You know, I feel like I see somebody that's recognizing and realizing the beauty and possibility in having a fresh start around something. Yeah, and it feels like somebody who's getting better. Like, I keep on, like, it feels like somebody who, it's so funny because, like, as I started reading my ring, like, yeah, like, there it is, my ring's in my hair. But somebody who used to, would rather have like done anything than talk about their feelings. It almost feels like somebody who's finally conceding and recognizing that there's no harm in talking to someone about things, or potentially is looking in the direction of finding someone to do that with, is what I keep on seeing, you know? One card for Lisa on the need to see within the self during this season. I love that question. You deserve the energy that you give to others. And here's the thing about it, you would deserve it even if you weren't doing it. You know? Yeah, especially the Ace of Wands. You know, I keep on hearing, it takes nothing to be kind. Yeah, and especially with the cow energy. You know, when others, I keep on seeing like when others are keeping a kindness quotient, then it's not really kindness then, is it? You know? That's expectation. That's a whole different thing. Melissa, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like this is a good time for you to kind of put like meet new go new places, introduce yourself to new situations. Yeah, like this is you stepping out of your comfort zone in terms of like, I keep on hearing healing, the solution to oversaturation. The solution to oversaturation is new territory, is all I keep on hearing. Tiff, one card, highest priority. Make sure that you're looking at the past as an anchor, not out of anger, is what I keep on seeing. The past is an anchor, not an anger, which is the modality by which we're able, yeah, like the space, especially with the Four of Swords in its reversal, is working through the observation of being able to see something. Like the beauty of being able to see something with more depth is the quality and experience of understanding that we're coming into our wisdom and we're starting to learn more. So allowing that space by which you recognize the inner child healing, in terms of if you're seeing things that you haven't seen before, then allow that to be a moment of celebration, because it's not the space by which you're looking at something in terms of something that you did wrong, so much as something that you're doing right in the present. Absolutely. Alexandra, one card, highest priority, please. The Justice card, and it's upright. I feel like this is you like putting your foot down on something, you know? Yeah, like I love, like this Magician doesn't want to leave the bottom of the deck right now. And I'm like, I'm not like, I feel like the thing about it is like energy's got audacity. And like, I like to point this out. Audacity is the space by which somebody asks us for something that's like completely unreasonable, right? And I like to point out, like, audacity is healed by logic, which is the space by which another person says that the way that you fortify between audacity and reason is by being able to identify if something one is doing make it make sense. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the otter energy. Energy that's doing will defy explanation, which will take it, they'll try to take it personally in terms of asking questions, because specifically and particularly, like there's no logical or reasonable answer for it. So remember, your questions don't hurt anything that is good. You know, if another person is taking questions personally, that's probably the best reason to be asking them. I mean, I don't think it's, I think the thing about it is it's not saying, I need to point out, it's not saying that you're not to be reactive, but they're saying if it's a good reactivity point, it'll hold in the context of time, right? Like it says to me, it almost feels to me like you doing something because you recognize that it feels like it's the wise thing to do, not because it's something that it's instantaneous, but something that's been thinking, something that you've been thinking about doing for quite some time. Hi there, Ro. One card, highest priority, please. We've got the Star card and its reversal. So make sure that you're communicating to another person how you feel rather than coming into the space of waiting for another person to ask, right? Yeah, like be the force of change that you hope to see in the world, right? Especially with that bull energy, right? The observation and being able to articulate to another. Like I keep on hearing sometimes the way to help another person understand something is by reminding them of a situation that's energetically similar, right? Like the gift of empathy does not require us to always agree, but it's the space by which we help another person by explaining something that, like helping another person understand, like why their perception on something might not be like the reason by which another person might not articulate something has to do with our own volatility, right? And that's the thing about it. Like when we're volatile, we actually learn less because others don't feel the ability to address things with us. I got you, dear. I feel like it has something to do with a past life, particularly and especially as it relates. Remember I said a situation by which someone felt like they had to prove something to you through their action? Yeah, bottom of the deck, Hangman. I was trying to say hangman, but handman. But the reason that that's important is because if there was, I feel like there might have been a situation by which you were in a relationship with someone who was, like looking at a past, somebody who felt like they were below your station, right? Which is why I was getting like somebody who saw like the space by which they saw themselves, like in a way by which they felt like they had to articulate to another to unhand you. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the ram, like I told you, like a little bit of that, like a little bit of that. There's a dual energy around something is what I keep on getting. Sending you support, Julia. Striggs, come on, man. All right. Nikki, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like this is you kind of doing something in a new way for yourself. Yeah. Yeah, especially with this tower energy. If it feels like you and another person are hitting the same hurdle, then it's time to employ a new plan. And it's okay to talk about that ahead of time. Like, what are we going to do next time this happens? And writing it down and being like, oh, this is that again, right? And referring to, like, I keep on hearing the difference between reacting in the heat of the moment and then employing a new process is the space by which we have it like we have it written down, because I keep on hearing anything we think about is out the window, but if it's written down, we're like, oh yeah, we've got a plan for that. I'm not sure which word you're asking for specifically, Julia. One card on new career for Estevan. This feels positive. This feels positive and productive. Yeah. I feel like I feel like you have to let others know right now what it is you're doing or how you're doing it or something that's changing. Animal spirit guide, especially with the blackbird. Like it says to me, like bringing others up to speed in relationality to a new direction that you're heading into. Absolutely. Hold on a minute, reading over the comments. These are one card readings for super fans and paid members. If you would like to become a super fan, astrology, you can also get on the list for tomorrow by sending the donation today if you'd like priority on a full reading. Yeah, it feels like there was some cat energy connected to it. You're welcome, Ella. You're welcome. You're welcome, Nikki and Bridget. Therapy can be magical. I feel like that's what someone's learning. I know being kind is a bare minimum, but sometimes you have the kindness we extend to others begins with the self. You know, that makes so much sense, because the next one is realize that I'm on your side. Thank you for confirming, Ella. Audacity makes me laugh every time someone shares it. I don't know why. That could be reacting. It's hard not to laugh at people saying weird things. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Minnie. Why'd they ask that? I don't know. It feels like they heard that you're going through something. Yeah, especially with the Two of Cups. I don't know. It feels a little bit like it feels like somebody who feels like they've been remiss in catching up with you. You know, like it feels like somebody who's been like very busy and they realize that they missed some kind of catch up with you, or they hadn't had a chance to maybe you haven't been reaching out to them as frequently as they're used to. So I feel like it's somebody kind of like working through a little bit of worry there. Mm-hmm. You're welcome, Nikki. You're so welcome, Estevan. And Lolly, thank you for the follow. These are one card readings for super fans. Dear, if you'd like to become a super fan, you're so welcome, Minnie. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of our read today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Turning on and activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow, and you'll be notified when I've gone live. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to message me directly from this live with a disco GIF. When you do so, I will send you an invite to our superfan only disco channel, and there you can introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find a coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is happening next Friday. You still got plenty of time to join, and if you join this week, you can actually take some time to catch up on a few of the classes before we begin. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of each other. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.